進化する大切なものを Protect my balls
Hello, everyone. Welcome to TEE TV. I'm Shade for Shade, or Shade for Thade. Fuck, I messed up my own name.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, I know. I'm slacking today. Oh man. With me today is, I can't see their names, so I'm just gonna go on default. Stone and Damian. Say hello, guys.
Top of the
Heidi-
morning. Booyah.
Heidi ho, weirdos.
Oh boy. Today we are going to be discussing Dawn of the Planet of the Apes and War for the Planet of the Apes. Two amazing movies. I love them, and I've seen them many, many times. Oh man, they're so good.
One better than the next.
They're both good.
But one is, but as the progression goes, it gets better. I mean, Rise was the foundation. You
Yes.
know, it was like the canvas, the foundation. Dawn was like they were really starting to get creative and really starting to paint. And then War was just, you know, they were just really going for the masterpiece. They were really heading for the masterpiece. And I think that Kingdom becomes that masterpiece.
Not what I've been hearing.
Really?
Yeah, the reviews that I've been listening to and watching and reading, Kingdom has been mostly a mixed bag.
It's a different director, right, this time around?
Yes, it is.
I'm sure because Matt Reeves is busy with Batman stuff and whatnot.
I believe so, yeah.
More Batman stuff. Wow.
Yeah, Matt Reeves is still working on his Battinson trilogy.
Battinson.
Yes, I know. It's just he was a vampire in the Twilight movies, and now he's actually becoming a bat in the Batman trilogy.
Wait, he was a vampire in Twilight? I thought he was just really pale and boring.
Well, according
to
to Stephanie Meyer, he was a vampire.
Hmm.
Even
I don't know
though
if I told you, I did watch all of those recently.
Aren't
The Rick Tracks
porcelain dolls that sparkle in the sunlight.
Yeah, we can't go out in the day because we sparkle. Thank God we live where it's always cloudy. Fucking boo.
Jesus Christ. I cannot believe I wasted so much time watching the first 3 movies of that franchise. I never finished that franchise. I went to the theater and I saw I saw the first 2 movies by renting them at my local Blockbuster. And then I saw the third.
You paid for all 3. Come on, man.
Look, I was curious. I just wanted to see what the freaking popularity was about. And I was like, okay, I'll just rent it. I went to my local Blockbuster. I rented the first movie. I was like, it was okay. I saw the second movie. I was like, okay, this is worse than the first movie. But I was like, whatever. Then I went to see the third movie in the theater, which I regret. And I had to leave the theater. I walked out of the theater before I even finished the movie. I walked past this young woman and her mother, and they said something to me. I don't know what they said, but I believe they were mocking me as I was leaving the theater. And I was like,
well, your zipper was open.
No,
This
it wasn't.
movie is gross.
I mean,
this movie is gross.
What move? I was hoping you would say, because I mean it says I'm here, but clearly I wasn't. I'm an aloof international Rangoon superstar. What franchise are you speaking of?
Twilight.
Fuck you. You deserve. That's why they were laughing at you. They were like, "Look at this man coming out of Twilight."
Vampires don't sparkle. Vampires don't sparkle. Vampires don't sparkle. You see, vampires don't sparkle.
They were like, "That man has never seen a vagina." And then they were like, perhaps you should show him some, Grandma.
Oh, what the fuck?
Let me pull my fingers out. All right, here you go.
Well, it has been a while.
Yeah, but no, it's just that was a monumental waste of time. It's just like, ugh. And I never finished that franchise. I didn't even bother with the 4th and 5th movie. I didn't even bother.
Yeah.
I watched all of them, like the riff track versions of all of them. I can't imagine watching them without that.
Didn't
Just
want to see
straight.
Taylor. Guess he didn't want to see Taylor Lautner bark at the moon.
Even with Taylor Lautner was fantastic in Scream Queens. I mean, he seems to be a fine enough actor with some comedy chops. But even with riff tracks, how, Damian? How?
Well,
Stone,
that was-
you've never, right? Don't break my heart.
Never what?
You've never done this. You've never done this, have you?
What? Just forget. Just make sure that
Watch Twilight.
No.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
Good. So we have the
I mean, as a journalist,
straight half and the
It's like you just asked him, you never sucked a dick, right?
you never. Okay.
As a journalist, you see enough clips, and you know that all of a sudden that everything is weird. Like the werewolves in Twilight, and you see from the clips, they just have a way less painful transition. All of a sudden, they just kind of do a front flip, and then they're just giant wolves. They're like giant wolves.
That was really stupid. It's just like when I saw that happen in the movie, I was like, this isn't fucking werewolves. It's like, oh my God.
But speaking of painful, what's more painful? Actually watching that movie in the theater? This goes to you guys who watched it. Actually watching the movie or getting fucked in the ass by the guy behind you while you're watching that movie? Which one is more painful?
I would say the first, because at least with the second, you got a distraction.
Did you look at the guy behind you, Charles? Did you look?
He looks like Grandpa Al Lewis saying, "Vampires don't sparkle."
Then Charles would be like, I agree. I agree.
I'm not going to dignify any of this with a response.
He says, "Oh, Charles, you're my little werewolf grandson."
Oh, what the fuck?
You know what real
Sorry,
vampires
that
are
wasn't
like.
even worth thinking.
You know
I'll
what
make
real
you
vampires-
sparkle, Charles. At least a part of you. Your butthole. It's gonna sparkle with my semen.
Oh,
Glitter around like Rip Torn. Not Rip Torn, Rip Taylor.
Shh. Let's not talk about this because this has been a long debated conversation. First off, I met my future self who had time traveled, and it turns out in the future I am basically Rip Taylor. So we can't talk about Rip Taylor on air, please. You can't talk about it with me here. Just refrain from any Rip Taylor things. There's big Rip Taylor to come. That's all I'm saying. This is not a empty, hollow words, a gibberish of a madman. This is a very real thing. Okay.
Big Rip Taylor sounds like a wrestler.
Big Rip Taylor business is coming soon.
Alrighty.
Someone's got to throw the fucking confetti. Someone's got to throw the fucking confetti.
Oh, Johnny Knoxville. Oh.
wait, Rip Taylor. Is that guy that has the toupee in Jackass?
Yeah.
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 I think he was at the end of...
Well, they paid
All the
him
first
to be
three?
in the movie. Hey! He didn't have to pay to be in Jackass. They paid him to be in the movie.
Fuck you.
You watched Twilight!
I watched 5 Twilights. Thank you very much.
I don't want to sound gay or anything, but I think Twilight's pretty sweet. That was in reference to Stone's picture.
Which is also my picture.
And you guys don't fucking... It's not a running joke here. I don't want to sound gay or anything, or...
It's
You
not,
got
it
2
could be.
guys with that face. Oh, look, V's here. I guess he doesn't have the Pat Oates show to watch.
it's default. You know,
What
you know
the-
I would normally put up there, but it's default.
Oh, now you have the Mainframe Multum. That is good.
Yes,
That was a bad one.
And then that little guy down there with the shiny head, you know, very handsome.
Looking like you're about to wrestle someone or drive a car. Either or.
Yeah, it was my like I said, the shirt that I had on in that picture that I photoshopped into this. There's like a guy who, you know, who designs his own clothes. He did like this shirt that was kind of like a homage to Back to the Future. So I did a whole thing that was looking. I did the like sort of like the pose with Michael J. Fox, like in the movie poster where he's, you know, looking at it, and you know, that whole thing. I was kind of trying to recreate that.
I definitely got that from that.
Just like a little fun thing that we were doing just to kind of promote his stuff, you know, on IG and everything like that. Pretty fun. You know,
I can see it on the shirt.
Yeah, Back to the Vibes is what he put up there. But of course, Back to the Future, and then like the way it looks, it really gives you that Back to the Future logo, you know, homage to it and everything. So it's pretty cool.
Like I said, it looks like you're about to drive a car.
Yep.
And that's what you do in Back to the Future. So you see, it worked.
Going back in time.
Going back to the future. No, fuck off. It was a joke, V. It was just a reference to the Pat Oates show. See, this is why you got banned from the Pat Oates show. You're just too sensitive.
Well, don't look. If you always come here
With Bobby Tamburo,
just try watching the show and don't jerk off. You don't always have to come here. Okay,
come over there.
Just say.
since this show is mostly Damian's face alone and or two audio avatars, I say do jerk off if you come here.
Well, see, I don't always do that. You know what I'm saying? At the very least, me and Damian we're up here. Sometimes when I make my exit, when we short little exit, I go out and I come right back in with serving face because we know Charles here, the mysterious hermit, the time Führer. He has a right not to be shown if he doesn't want to be shown, and we accept that, and we love him and we accept him.
You know, speaking of faces, there was a conversation right before this started, and I'm only bringing it up because I'm desperately trying to avoid the your guys' apes conversation because I know two things. I know only one scene from the whole movies, and it's that "Use damn dirty apes, damn yous." That's the only scene I know. And then Valerie Jarrett. I thought the bitch was white. That's all I got for the Planet of the Apes. You're gonna say something?
But we're not doing the Mark Wahlberg one, by the way.
I don't know none of them though. I don't even. But what about the Dirty Sanchez? That's what was going on prior to this, and
It's funnily the main plot
Dick
line in the
moves.
original.
Yeah, we were discussing dick moves, like getting fucked, like somebody getting screwed over, and I was just saying they should be titled. If some way somebody got screwed over, it's similar.
I thought we established that a Dirty Sanchez is not a dick move because
there are no dicks involved.
Yeah, no dick is involved in a Dirty Sanchez.
But see, it's too
You
on the
could use
nose.
your dick to do it, I guess.
The term is too on the nose. But when you say dick,
Literally, it's a finger up the asshole and the swipe right up fucking across the nose. It's right on the nose.
But the point I was making about the dick move is not just saying, saying just anything with a dick. It's just more like you're getting screwed over. So it's like, how are you getting screwed over? Is it a certain technique? Is there a certain thing that is similar to? How are you getting screwed over? So,
That's like calling it the Spider-Man when you bend her over and you goo all over his back. Wait.
Well, maybe that's what Derek is doing to Luke then.
Ah, jeez.
That's Paul.
There's a 2 Live Crew song about this. Oh no, wait, it's a Dr. Dre song. And never mind. Someone can eat a big fat dick.
I mean, and it seems like according to what you were saying, about that conversation before that it seemed like maybe he did give him a dirty Sanchez.
I don't know. I think maybe some people see that's a little off brand, though. I'm sure people watching would like to know, but yeah, you might be right. Maybe there's some mutual dirty Sanchezing going on. We were just talking about our confusion over certain people's. Well, I was talking about my confusion, filling people in. Stone mostly. The other two don't give a shit. And well, my confusion for certain people's obsessions with eating a big fat dick. The lyric before that is Luke can eat a big fat dick. Come on, Dr. Dre, use guys. Jeez,
I know.
You're so white. Fucking loaves of Wonder Bread on me. Go on.
But I was also talking about the Kevin. I was talking about the Kevin and Walt situation. It seemed like the way you were describing how it was done, it seemed like he kind of gave the guy dirty Sanchez in that moment, you know?
Did you not? Did you not say the name? Somebody's name who the name that Champy named, the fucking the rolling R word.
But yeah, I said in that.
Okay, you did say that name. All right, so I just want to make sure I'm not crazy because
in that situation, I felt like he was giving Luke a Spider-Man.
Okay. So I'm right. I just thought maybe Luke's crazy. Suddenly I'm obsessed because I'm unfortunate enough to have seen the dick pics that have gone out now because of all of this. There's dick pics, Charles Whedon. Dick pics. Derek's penis. It's so small. And ski mask. It's literally like a piece of twine. It's fully shown. He's pulling it up with his fingers from the head and he's stretching it like a piece of twine. Like an inch forward. It's insane. These are the things I gotta see
now
by being associated with these people. That's why I don't come on the internet no more.
It's a scary place.
It's terrifying. All right, good. I'm not insane. I thought maybe I lost it for a second. But yes, both situations are dirty Sanchez's. I agree.
Oh, okay. Both of them. Yeah.
I think Walt, in the case of the Walt and Kevin Smith, Walt's the one who got the dirty Sanchez. In the other case, I think it's mutual. I think they're fingering each other's asses, Derek and Luke, and rubbing it on each other's noses and going, look. That's as far as they go. They don't say nothing else. Look.
Jeez.
So, yeah.
He was the butthead, which you shit on that bit. Whatever you call that.
Should have been checking in. I should have been checking in on that guy, seeing how he was doing.
Yes, you should have. And someone should check in. And speaking of Beavis and Butthead, and the guy who cooked my McDonald's fucking breakfast yesterday, this motherfucker was going, damn it, Bobby. Damn it, why are these Beavis and Buttheads jerking off in my tool shed? And he's saying it like not even doing an impression. He's just repeating these fucking weird ass lines, incredibly wrong and super like screaming them through the restaurant. Like it was insane. Damn it, Beavis and Butthead. Stop jerking off in my tool shed. This man, he made my steak, egg, and cheese bagel.
He works there?
Yes.
Did you eat it?
I did. It was delicious. I watched him. He didn't touch it with his fingers.
Okay, so this guy working at McDonald's started doing bad impressions of Hank Hill saying, damn it, Beavis and Butthead, stop jerking off in my tool shed.
Yes, not whacking. Damn it, Bobby.
Okay, I get it now. Okay, now I get what you. Okay, I got it.
So,
that's right. He would say that. He would say it like that.
So he was doing all of this while making your breakfast from McDonald's.
Yes. Yes, when you put it that way, it sounds like I fucking had a treat.
No. I'm not saying like a treat.
No, it was a treat.
If I was standing there, I'd be going like, what did he just say?
Let me tell you something. I wouldn't have witnessed this. And if I hadn't realized, oops, I want a orange juice instead of a second coffee with my 2 meals. So I went in. It was a curbside order. Fucking, if you don't go curbside, people, you're fucking insane. Every time I go to McDonald's, I drive around the building past a huge line in the drive-thru, and I fucking pull up the curbside. I place my order on my phone, and it is delivered to me before like the cars that were all the way on the other side of the building are even done. Like it's insane. You're in and out in 5 fucking minutes if you do curbside. Everything in the app. Stay out of them places. But
you must have an efficient McDonald's, because my McDonald's not that efficient.
Really?
If I have to do a curbside, I have to wait 15 minutes before my food is ready.
Well, let me tell you, my McDonald's of preference, I go to 3, 2 in Oneonta and 1 in Cooperstown, New York, and mine of preference is the Chestnut Street McDonald's in Oneonta. The best McDonald's around. Not around, in the world, dare I say.
Cannot believe you guys frequent McDonald's in this way.
I don't
if I
even
could,
go to McDonald's that much.
McDonald's and pizza. That's all I'll eat if I could.
I mean, the place that
And potatoes.
The place that I prefer to go to, however,
potatoes.
is a local restaurant. I won't say what it's called, but it has a
Blood puckers.
God damn it, no.
Think of all the other names they passed on the way there. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, but it has a sandwich there that is very, very good. And oh man, it is so tasty. It is very greasy, and every time I go there, I always get this particular sandwich. And
Give me the coordinate.
What's the sandwich?
Please.
it's called a 5 cheeseburger.
Oh,
You heathen. Quick question.
Please.
Quick question. Just real quick. Back to the Fuddruckers. Was the founder's name actually Fudd? Like, was he Mr. Rucker? Was his mother Rucker? Was his brother Darius?
Did anyone play basketball in New York?
What?
Preferably at the Rutgers? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's Rutgers, not Ruckers, okay?
No,
The
the Rucker, the street ball place.
Oh, I don't know what that is. All right. Well, then I agree.
You don't hold up. You don't know about the Rucker in New York?
No. What is a Rucker?
It's this famous legendary street ball court that a bunch of basketball stars and street ball legends have played on, apparently.
Well, I don't watch basketball, and I've already said I loved basketball as a youth, but those jerks wouldn't let me play. They would dominate the court, the gang members, and they would not let anybody play. It wasn't a racial thing, people. It was a gang thing. It doesn't matter what color you were. You weren't in the gang, you're gonna get fucking stabbed, shot, or beat up trying to play. So I just never got to play basketball.
Can I take a moment to comment on something that V just posted? Japan's McDonald's is better because they have a 10-stack egg McGriddle. What the fuck?
Then I don't taste the McGriddle. Why do I want to taste 10 eggs and a tiny bit of McGriddle? The McGriddle's the best part. The ratio's perfect.
Is the best part.
The ratio's perfect because that egg amount is that nice fluff, and then the other stuff sticks to you a little bit, but not too much because there's enough egg. You're going to fuck that whole thing up, fucking Chinese.
Japanese.
It's like something you would eat and then have a nap. It's not a get up and go breakfast food for sure.
Okay, so you have some affection for McDonald's too, Damian?
Why would
What's
you
that?
put a 10-stack
You have some
of
affection
egg
for
on a
McDonald's too?
McGriddle?
Do they serve the bottom bun on top at your McDonald's, Damian?
The Japanese are obsessed with eggs, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what the
And you ever
fuck?
heard of egg toast? Like they eat their egg on the outside of the bread. These crazy guys.
So you have the same affection for McDonald's too, Damian, or are you?
Yeah, not so much anymore.
Hmm?
I used to, but I mean now it's fucking expensive too.
What?
It's Australia, man.
I fucking could feed a family of 4 for fucking $19 at McDonald's. And fucking
Good for
2 fucking bags full of food.
Yeah, but
fucking
Isn't like everything expensive in Australia?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I leave with a 20-piece nugget, 2 fucking French fries, a fucking 8 sandwiches for fucking $19 at McDonald's.
That's pretty damn good.
But it's
They can
people
bake
in it. It's
can
people.
bake it
Nom,
and
nom,
egg
nom,
McMuffin
nom,
here is
nom,
like
nom, nom, nom.
$8 something now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I gotta say, I blame the kangaroos.
Me too. They make the areas dangerous. They drive up the prices.
Touristy. Thank you. So touristy.
Uh,
I'm like, oh my god, it's just it's so funny, man. I mean, I'm trying to tell you, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like the world's getting touristy, just like, turning fucking Chris Hemsworth in the evil Thor, say for another Mad Max.
oh yeah, because of the
Again, I
Furiosa movie.
can't comment on that enough. I can't comment on that enough. But you do get to see, you get to hear more of his Australian accent come out. But it's just really like, come on, man. You changed his nose.
You won't even try.
You gave his nose some extra oomph, and then just evil Thor.
Look, I'm looking forward to the Furiosa movie. That movie looks fun.
I mean, if it's anything like the first one, the first new one.
Yeah, like Charlize Theron. I mean, yeah, it kind of does. I'm just saying it kind of does.
Look,
That's
I
the
like
point.
Anya Taylor-Joy. I think she's a good actress. And I'm kind of excited to see what she does with the Furiosa character.
So it's actually based on actual books that were written. I'm guessing,
No.
or no?
No,
Okay.
this is based on a universe that was set up by George Miller, the creator of Mad Max.
Oh.
And it's in the same universe as Mad Max. It's just focusing on the Furiosa character, just a younger version of that character. So Charlize Theron is not returning, as far as I know. Anya Taylor-Joy is playing her character, just a younger version of it. It's like her origin story. So yeah, but I'm gonna check it out.
I heard the last one was really good. People keep saying that ignore the critics and shit, and that it's actually a really good movie.
Okay, all right. What critics said that Fury Road was bad?
I read it was a flop. All I ever heard about it was that it was a piece of shit.
It was not. I saw that movie like 3 times, and each time it got better.
But are you a Mad Max fan?
Not really.
That might be why you're watching it as Furious or whatever the fuck, Fury Road. Whereas these haters were all Mad Max fans saying that it wasn't good for whatever reason. I guess maybe they just wanted Mel Gibson, I'm assuming.
Oh my
Mel
god.
Gibson's like in his 70s. You really think you're gonna get someone like him to come back to reprise that role?
He'll jump back in that fucking role. And Mad Max, played by Mel Gibson at his age now, seems like an absolute necessary extension of that story.
It could work.
You're in the
But
fucking wasteland. Where's this dude now? Like, he lived this long? How? What did he do? What's the world like that much later in the apocalypse?
Yeah, like grizzled older Mad Max.
That would be kind of cool, but I really don't think he would come back.
But trust me, for the relevancy and whatnot, he would drag Danny Glover's old ass around and do another Lethal Weapon movie.
That's happening. It's called Lethal Finale. Richard Donner, I believe, was the guy who's dead, right? He wrote it, and Mel Gibson is directing it. It's actually coming out. This is a thing. This isn't a maybe. It's actually happening.
See?
I thought you said it
he'll do
was
it.
called let's see, the 5th and final film in the series. Okay.
I mean, look.
Lethal Finale.
Look how well. Look now. Say what you want. I mean, how did you guys feel about Logan? By the way, how did all of you guys individually feel about?
Never seen it. I'm gonna watch it because I like the comic.
Logan, is that old man Logan Wolverine movie?
Yeah.
I saw it, hated it.
Well, did you hate it because it's not like the comic? Because that's what I was about to say. Like, I like the comic.
I hated it because I thought it was boring.
I hear it's really good. That people are wrong. That's what I heard. I don't know though, but I'm definitely watching it soon for reasons I cannot divulge.
I didn't like it. I thought it was boring.
I liked it. I mean, see, the thing is, I liked it because of you get to see like this, to see the X-Men, to see Dr. X and all his opulence and all the other movies, and then to see a whole complete reversal of that, to where they're on the run and they're, you know what I'm saying, and everybody's kind of, you know what I'm saying, tattered and kind of weary and things like that. It just they kind of see all of that reversed. And
it's not the where he fought a bear, right? That is not that one. Or where he saves the bear or something, or he fights a bar full of rednecks. I know that much. That's not that one, right?
No. Hold on, because they were pretty out there.
That's what I remember him like in the snow, and he fucking something to do with a bear.
You think of the Revenant with DiCaprio?
Wolverine.
That was the Wolverine. Okay, okay, all right. So I definitely did not see this. Okay. Some of what you're saying sounds familiar. That's why I asked. But please carry on.
Oh no, it's just, you know, I was just kind of liking that whole situation. It's like I said, for so long you're used to seeing him, the mansion, you know what I'm saying, him in his state of the art wheelchair, and like to see everything be so different. It was just, you know, I think for some
now
people,
he's just in a normal Crippy Boy wheelchair, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
No electricity or nothing.
No.
Got to use his dumb arms.
You know, I think if anything, it was just something a little bit more, you know, a little bit more basic, if anything. If he wasn't using his arms, it escapes me right now. Do you remember, Charles?
Is he got a little cut like Eddie Murphy in Trading Places?
What he was getting around.
I have no legs. I was trying to do a British version of that. I have no legs. I have no legs. I have no legs.
But Stone, what are you trying?
Best I can do.
What was Dr. X getting around in? Was it just a basic wheelchair, or was it something still electric but just really basic?
In Logan, I think it was just an ordinary wheelchair.
Okay, yeah. As a matter of fact, I do remember, you know, Logan pushing him around a little bit too, if my memory serves. So yeah, it was just, you know, it was just kind of fun to see that, and then to see the development of, you know, a guy like him trying to relate to and bond with, you know what I'm saying, with this girl, you know, who's a lot, you know what I'm saying, who's probably a lot more amped up than he is and everything like that, and trying to see if he can balance that out and sort of be a mentor to her and shit like that. It was kind of fun to see that part, and just kind of see them try to develop, you know, a sort of like new generation. I mean, it was a lot of layers to it, and then dealing with the fact, and especially the last part of it, where he's kind of dealing with the technology and evolution. I mean, it's just, and in sort of a way, and sort of a more direct way, where he's facing himself. You know, it's like you kind of felt like he faced himself in the way of the little girl, and seeing what she's going through and what she's becoming. But then they actually have a moment where he actually faces himself. It just, to me, it had a lot of layers to it, and then having to deal with the ultimate closing of this movie and everything like that. You know, it's just, like I said, it was just a lot of layers to it. I actually enjoyed it.
Look, maybe
I enjoyed your recounting of it.
Maybe it just wasn't for me, but it just, when I watched Logan in the theater, I was expecting something else, and I got something different, and it didn't click with me.
What were you expecting?
Not that. I just like
you
this isn't Twilight. He doesn't sparkle. Fuck this shit.
God.
Where's Al Lewis to fuck my bottom?
Oh my God!
Why isn't Dr. X flying? God damn it! He should not be just rolling. You know what I'm saying? Why isn't he levitating? Damn you! What are you doing here? And where's Wolverine's bodysuit?
The storylines that they had set up in Logan, I just did not care. And I also thought Logan's death scene was also underwhelming.
Oh, spoiler! Do you care about
I guess I don't need to see that now.
Wolverine and Deadpool? I assumed he was going to be, but he's obviously back in Deadpool and Wolverines. So, what do you think about that?
There's a like alternate universe.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Multiverse. Oh.
I was trying my best, guys, as you can tell, not to.
Okay,
give
all right,
you what
fine.
The ending,
The,
what the
the whole
ending
the
was,
whole
but,
spoiler that I just did. If you guys have seen Deadpool 2, you would know about that spoiler already.
I think if you read any media, they even when they don't spoil it, that big ending that we can't discuss, where something very final happens to Logan, I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a freaking music box. There's a music box in Deadpool 2 that literally shows the exact death scene of Logan.
Well, that's
I
neat.
don't recall that.
Yeah. It's at the part of Deadpool 2 where he blows himself up with the gasoline tanks.
And this is Deadpool 3 or 4 coming out.
Yeah. I'm
3.
sorry, what?
Damian answered it. Deadpool 3 is coming out, not 4.
Yeah, it's called Deadpool and Wolverine. That's the name of the movie.
So you could almost look at it as
why the silence grim? It seems like you're just bewildered by that.
I was waiting to exhale.
You were waiting to exhale.
Okay, Whitney.
Correct. No, don't make me do it.
Oh no! See, I know. I know what I was like. I almost wanted to say another character. I almost wanted to say another actress's name from that movie. I didn't want to say.
But I couldn't think of one. All I can think of now is Bobby.
I know what I was inviting, but sometimes you gotta go for the good time.
Bobby, I got a doo-doo bubble.
And I was talking to
Bobby, dig it out.
And I was talking to someone about this, and I said that
doo-doo bubbles.
No, about this show and about that episode, and I had to admit to them, like, at first I was kind of annoyed with Jim because it initially internally, but not like outwardly, like really annoyed. It was more like, damn, he's highlighting something that was a really embarrassing moment for Whitney Houston on this show and everything like that. And it was just like, but you know, when I thought on it, I was like, you know what? It's not his fault. That, you know what I'm saying? It's not his fault.
Because of them for putting it in the episode.
Yeah, it's what they did. And I mean,
they broke me. That's all, and that's all I will ever remember. About her.
It's a lot that I remember that keeps me reinforced that I made the right decision.
I had a struggle to pull that line. I remember nothing else except for Bobby Brown's fingers digging doo-doo bubbles out of her butthole while she's stopped up on a toilet from cocaine, and that line. Oh, she was in The Bodyguard. Save me, Kevin Costner. Kevin! I got doo-doo bubbles.
Well, you know, Jim's a perv anyway, so that's probably going to stick in his mind, regardless of Whitney or just some random on the internet. But you know,
it's a poop joke. Apparently, I got a bag full of shit jokes. Apparently, that's my fucking life.
But for me, it was just like somebody who was really, really like highly regarded at one point, and then here they are on a reality show, and that's what's happening. And at first, it was like, damn, man. He really shouldn't highlight that fucking part. There's so many other cringeworthy shit about this show. Why highlight that part? But it was like, I can't get irritated with him about that because
wait, there's worse stuff than that.
I mean, I wouldn't say worse, but it was just it's just equally cringy stuff. I mean, just seeing them looking like crackheads at a jewelry store, just singing random shit, like not a song. I mean, not a song you ever really heard, but just some random shit that they're singing together. And it is, I mean, and the way they're dressed, they just look like constant crackheads just walking around. And you just, it's just a lot of that. It was just a lot of that. It didn't take too many. That's all I could give you because I didn't take too many episodes before I was like, I'm done. I'm not going to watch this. I'm not gonna watch this any further. You know,
Like it's just going to keep being this, and this is fucking. This
I
is
realized
sad.
it was that's exactly what I realized, that it was gonna that this is what it was gonna be, and it was not gonna be anything different than this. So yeah, and just you got Whitney Houston going out in public. No real. I mean, I guess security. I guess around. I mean, but it's like just walking around, just looking really weird and awkward and crackhead like, and it was just man,
Dude, you want
It's
to talk
awful.
about Hollywood vampires? They fucking drank that family dry for years. Like the dead in the bathtub after dead in the bathtub, and that's how they left them. Like it's
But who-
crazy
But
how
but who survives? But who survives? Whitney's fucking family. You know what I'm saying? Survives and tries to vilify Bobby Brown, who was long separated. You know what I'm saying, for years. You know what I'm saying, at that point.
And when you watch back on that show, he's being funny, he's being a goofy crackhead, but he's kind of trying to hold it all together. He's trying to kind of keep some decorum. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then they separate, and then it's what's going on is still going on. And then she still ultimately overdoses or whatever, or whatever, and dies in the tub. And like I said, her family through all of this, they still fucking survive.
Well, not really. Her fucking daughter went on to be
That's what I'm
followed.
saying. Her daughter, but I mean her godmother, her mother, all these people who have who have ties, one way or another, in the music industry, they all survived. That's the they I'm talking about.
Did the daughter? Her name was Bobby too, right? Bobby Brown.
Bobby Christina.
Bobby Christine. Did she die in the same tub as Whitney Houston, or just in a tub on drugs?
Just in a tub, but like I said, but they said it was more connected to this boyfriend, or that was sort of like supposed to be sort of like a family friend, but then became like a boyfriend and fiance, and then that's it's sort of ironic the way it sort of like happens still that way, but. I mean, I
do
know.
remember some of these things. Yeah, they were, again. That was the media spinning Whitney and Bobby 2.0.
No. But Bobby was speaking more about getting him was speaking out more about getting him arrested than Whitney's family was. Honestly.
And to kind of give him a little more integrity, what did he do after all that? He tried to keep it going by doing silly country music television reality shows where like he runs a hotel with fucking one of the Bradys and some other crazy bitches. Dumb shit like that he tries to do, but he does not cash in on the train that kept running, the tragedy train that kept running on his daughter and his wife. Like, and then afterwards, they wanted him bad, but he did not take the bite.
He's still alive, right?
No, yeah, he's still out touring. He's now back to touring with New Edition,
Allegedly clean and sober.
Yeah, but he's but all, I guess, everybody who was in there at one point or another is all back together in New Edition and touring and performing as New Edition. And he was supposed to be at one point trying to like do like vegan. I mean, I don't know if he's still dieting that way, but I think he was trying to do a show where he was showing people more healthy ways of cooking and getting healthier. So he's fine. He just never did any sort of like documentary or any sort of thing where he was speaking on what happened. It's, to my knowledge, he's never tried to, to try to basically exploit that situation or speak on it or try to be in some way, roundabout way, like I told you so, or like I told you it wasn't me.
I think there was one incident
Really?
like that. I do think I remember reading one small thing, but otherwise he fucking made sure to he was very adamant about not courting any of that controversy.
But I mean, yeah, but I certainly, I mean, it would be bad optics with your daughter, definitely your daughter, to kind of still, celebrate your vindication in that situation. But, yeah, but So I mean, yeah, that I kind of see how that might be a little, but that's why I don't think I heard anything too much. Like seriously, like when he sat down and talked with somebody and really spoke on it, like that, you know, and a certain thing where they're kind of showing clips and then like he's really kind of extensively talking about that sort of thing. So I was glad not to see that at least. Like, of course, you got to say something when you feel like, you know, where you got to say, well, like, look, my ex-wife's gone, my daughter is gone, and who were they closest to? I mean, you gotta wake people up and see, like, damn, they were both close to them, and they couldn't protect either one of them. I mean, what does that fucking say? You know, I mean, it's as painful as it is and awkward in that moment. I mean, kind of got to be said, you know.
Yeah, like acting like it never even happened. That's just gonna make it worse.
Or at least just act, I mean, you know, I mean, he could. I mean, see, some people would think, well, you know, don't even worry about it because they know. But it's like still, you know, there's grief, but there's also anger that they did so much to vilify him and to try to and to try to drive a wedge between him and his daughter. But it's like, and the ultimate thing is, you know, what I'm saying, her death happened on their watch, and it's like, you know, that shit would make anybody angry. You did so much to vilify a guy and drive a wedge between him and his daughter, and now she's gone. And it's like, who, you know what I'm saying? Who is he? You know what I'm saying? As a parent, you want to blame somebody. You know, you want to fucking blame somebody for that.
How old was the daughter when she died?
At oldest, maybe in her early 20s at oldest.
God damn.
And like I said, you know, maybe 21, 22, maybe.
That's a shame. And it's a shame either way, but
I mean,
yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, but still, you reflect on the fact that a young girl trying to figure it out.
Holy shit! I'm so sorry to say that, but don't Google her name, because the first picture you come up that pops up, my God, maybe you would have. She was 22 when she died. She looks 45.
Oof.
And see, it's like I said, when you have two, you know, so you have two recognizable parents, a lot of drama, a lot of family, a lot of extended family that in their own ways have been notable and recognizable and things like that. Just a lot of, I mean, if we just don't understand what a lot of these entertainment types, a lot of the weirdness going on. I mean, just a quick microcosm, guys. I mean, in case you don't know this story, I like to tell people this story because it shows people how weird the music and entertainment industry can truly be. You guys may name Womack. But he's a pretty Bobby Womack. He's a pretty decent singer. More than pretty decent. He's a pretty good singer. At the very least, if you ever saw Meet the Parents, you saw him singing in this bar that they were at after Ben Stiller's character had found the cat, had found Jinxie, and they were in that bar. And you know, so you might have heard somebody perform while they were in there singing and dancing and hanging out. That was Bobby Womack. But just fun fact. But anyway, this is kind of Bobby Womack was a pretty, you know what I'm saying, good singer that was obsessed with another pretty legendary singer, Sam Cooke. And so obsessed that after Sam Cooke passed away, Bobby Womack started a relationship with Sam Cooke's widow, appeared at his funeral with one of his suits on and in his car.
That's
creepy shit.
But wait, there's more. He would then start having an affair with his new wife's daughter, his stepdaughter. They would eventually be together and be married, but he would cheat on her. She would eventually start an affair with his brother. They would be together and become a music duo that was actually pretty fucking notable. Insane. I'm just saying that was way back. That was way back in like the fucking 60s or 70s or something.
Well, that's
like
when people were allowed to marry their 12-year-old cousins and be fucking rock stars. So you can do weird shit like roll up to a dead man's fucking wake in his clothes and car. Did I get that correct?
Yeah.
Well,
you got exactly right.
Dick and balls deep into his wife. Yeah. And it's still okay. I mean, it'd be okay today to do that. If you did that today, you'd fucking get all the press, and it would be considered this crazy move, and it would last for years. The aftermath of that press, guaranteed. But you still can't fuck your 12-year-old cousin, so that's a good progress.
But you know what? I think a lot of weirdness within.
I'm sorry, Stone. Damian seems upset that we can't fuck our 12-year-old cousins in America.
Why? Why not?
All right, Stone, you were saying. Because it's wrong.
Is it?
Yes. I don't know which bad. I'm going to go with she's 12. That way the joke is pro incest. I don't want to go with because she's your cousin. Because then.
There really is one major factor.
You know what, Damian? I'm going to give you a pass on this one because I just like a lot of us, you know, and on my side, I can't make you be the representative for all of Australia. So you know, it's not like, come on, man, you're making Australians look like see, it's just jokes here for one, and for number two, I can't assign you to be the representative of all of Australia. That's not right.
Okay,
That's not right.
What the actual hell? Wow.
What?
No.
You think it's wrong too, Charles, that you don't have options in this life?
Don't bring me into this. No.
I don't know, Charles. You're interjected in at the right time. You acted like I was being abusive to Damian, maybe, but he's thinking that maybe you're standing up for incest rights, or
no. God.
There's no reason to be so disgusted, Charles. Nobody mentioned anything about slathering Vegemite on Damian's cousin's cunt.
I mean, but you are from Kentucky, right, Charles?
Let's move on.
I'm from Kentucky, so my cousin can fuck me. In this case, his cousin is Grandpa Al Lewis from the Munsters.
Oh my God! Oh no!
Take that, shine in your box.
All right.
Great. Yeah, that's real nice. Oh
but
God!
This is fun. But this is fun, Jim. But Grim, now you understand why sometimes we do this before we start the show. You know, so this is why sometimes some of this stays.
I thought the bitch was white.
What was that?
That's all I got. That's all I got for the Planet of the Apes.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying. I just want to let you know that that's why sometimes, you know, we kind of keep this off the air because you know we're having fun here. But
smart move.
You know, sometimes it's fun to bring it on the air. I mean, just what mood we're in. But you know, this is why, you know, now we're talking about Kentucky. Now we're catching Spurgeon on Kentucky. We're making Charles the representative of all Kentucky.
And Charles has been raped by Grandpa Al Lewis 3 times already in the last hour.
Oh my God.
Sargental Greenleaf's little baby, I say. Shut up, kid. You're ugly. You're scaring me with your ugly face. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, we need to get some recordings of Grimm for Halloween because if it terrifies babies, oh my God, we can do some things with that. I need to get my audition software back. We can do some things with that there.
Yeah.
A voice that terrifies babies. Man, you have reached a new high.
This is so off subject, but I'm going to forget. And you said audition. Talk to Damian after the show about audition. There's a paid project I informed the boys of prior. That's all I'm saying. Everyone else can eat cocks.
Okay. Okay. Well, you guys are eating cocks, then I'll be getting information soon.
And when you guys are talking about that, hopefully you'll tell them I'll be at the Adventure Desk. That's where I'm going today. I'm leaving here and I'm going to the Adventure Desk.
What is the Adventure Desk?
My children. I don't know how I do it. I must just be a super genius with super sperms. Sperms. And these boys, or we're just surrounded by a bunch of hillbilly fruitcakes. I'm not sure what it is, but they keep rising to the top of the crop. And my youngest is like on the principal's list or whatever above the honor roll, and he's being sent to some exclusive survival retreat this summer where they send like one kid from every district in the nation to go do Hunger Games. It's fucking crazy. Like I've seen movies about this when I'm a fucking kid, which is crazy now. Like my kid is fucking going to this, and just weird. It's weird, but it's cool.
I don't think Hunger Games is the best comparison to that.
No, probably not. Well, what about that old 80s film where they go to the survival camp and then there's like some real militia people there and then they like kill their survival leader and then the kids have to use all their skills to like fight the militia and fucking climb up a mountain slot like with their fucking injured leader or something? I don't remember. Oh no, they buried the leader. He died. Someone breaks a leg. It's a great movie.
I don't remember.
It's a learning experience. That's how you become a man. That's how when I was a boy, I knew I was going to become a man by one day going on a survival retreat and fucking having to fight a militia after they kill my fucking survival leader.
What movie was that? Okay, the best that I could give you was like seen this movie as a kid, Band of the Hand.
What is it called?
Band of the Hand.
Here's the thing. It took me months to find this movie last time I looked because I have everything I told you, I can't find it. But you know what? I'll try it. I'll try it again. Kids on a survival retreat, 80s movie.
There was one with Sean Astin.
Yeah, I think that was the one.
Are you sure a militia though? Because I remember Kevin Bacon. It was one with Sean Astin and Kevin Bacon was like a total douche.
It could be Whitewater Summer.
Yeah, but there was a militia in that.
It could be My Side of the Mountain. I'm looking at this here. No, that's 1969. It was not that. The Peanut Butter Solution. That's a different movie, but that was a great one when I was a kid. No, I'm not. See, it's too hard to find this, but I'd like to again. I haven't seen it since I was a little kid. But yeah, that's where he's going. And yeah, I was gonna say Kevin Bacon, Sergeantal Greenleaf. He's either the militia leader who kills the kid's leader, or he's the leader who gets killed, or he breaks his leg and they've got to fucking like shimmy him up a cliff or some shit. Or I could be mixing. That's what I was about to say. I could be mixing 3 fucking survival movies. Either way, I've got to go to the Adventure Desk today and bring all of my fucking kids' health records and all this other stuff. You know, sign up, fucking fee up, etc.
Make sure they're healthy enough to do Hunger Games.
Correct. He's got some titties, so we'll see.
This reminds me of that old Japanese movie that was based off that manga called Battle Royale.
That was good shit. I haven't seen it in a long time, but
yeah, I saw parts of it once.
Real quick, while we're talking about things that we saw, I'm realizing now that while the Zomb 100 on Toonami looks pretty good, I'm realizing that they have both the animated version and the live action version on Netflix.
Yeah, I checked out the trailer for the live action version on Netflix. It seems interesting.
But I mean, would the animated one have a little bit more freedom? Would it be a little more fun, a little more dynamic, you think, or is the live action something that I mean,
I think there's a good chance the anime would probably be more fun, but
Possibly.
that's what
But
I was. That's what I was thinking, but I couldn't help but to see that. Okay, it's there, and I'm like, okay, looks like because look how great Fallout was. I'm just saying. But just
Did you hear the shade Timothy Olive Pants threw at Walton Goggins over Fallout?
oh, of course, because at first I have to admit, when I looked at the poster of him as the ghoul on the wide shot, it kind of looked like Raylan.
Ah, see, I didn't pick that up.
yeah, no.
wait,
No,
is this
but you're
like,
right.
Is this like friendly shade? Or is this
Well, one could argue no, because here's something I didn't know until recently. They didn't talk from like the last few years of Justified up until City Primeval. And I don't even think they talked in person for City Primeval. So yeah, there was a big falling out. Apparently, the two of them took on the sides of their characters and hated each other for like the last 3 seasons of that show, and they didn't even talk to each other by the end because they were so obsessed with the viewpoints of their own characters. And recently, Oliphant said, oh yeah, Fallout. Oh, of course, yeah, I think he'll win. Oh, well, actually, he can't win. It's a video game thing. But so here, I'll change what I'm going to say, and I think he should win, but he won't because it's a video game thing.
Oh my god!
Basically saying no matter how good he was in it, it's a video game adaptation. It's shit.
Because I saw a picture. Hold on, I'll pull it up. It's a
Timothy
weird picture.
Oliphant is a dick. What the fuck?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, so this like let's see if it shows up. No, not really. Walton Goggins and
Getting there. We're
Timothy
getting there.
Oliphant. Come on, focus.
Nope. I just see 2 very, very, very white men.
Glistening even. But
Well, Walton Goggins is on the left, and Timothy
You
Oliphant's on
could
the right.
just
He's got
smell
bleach
their
blonde hair.
patriarchy.
But yeah, Timothy Oliphant has bleach blonde hair, and it's weird.
Their privilege
focus.
is just burning my eyeballs.
apparently, yeah, it's really, really.
Yeah, that was
I know,
7
look,
weeks ago.
Stone's like fucking. You have to rub your eyes after that. You have to rub them out.
Yeah, they were radiating for a minute
But
there.
what-
Like, Jesus Christ,
Damian,
they're not coming
when
to
was that
focus.
photo taken?
7 weeks ago
Okay.
in Thailand.
Uh oh. Bang where they bang cock.
Listen, I've heard it's not all lady boys and child rapers in Thailand. So I heard it's actually a lovely country in some small parts.
Oh, that's
There's little pockets that are
Pick your regions.
it is just lovely.
that feels a little that feels a little sus to me. I'm just saying. That feels-
If you have to specify, like, it's not just that. Maybe a little, but
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, pockets of good tourism. It just seems a little sus to me.
There's those pictures of those 2 whiteys.
like, doesn't he look weird as fuck with
They
bleach
still
blonde
look
hair?
fucking burning my eyeballs out. I'm just saying. And why does Goggins have a gunt? It just looks like he has 2 giant balls making a camel's toe in the front. Look at that. Can we get? I'm just saying.
That's success. What you're seeing is success.
Or
What
he did
does-
what Randy
what does
Marsh
that
did
mean,
and stuffed
baby?
his testicles in a microwave.
What does that mean?
Take from that what you will.
Oh God. I don't know. You mean castration is part of success?
All I can see are 2 giant balls. Am I the only one? And where's Timothy Oliphant's pee-pee?
I mean, I can't see it on the small screen. Let me pull a picture
One's
of it.
only got fucking sack down there, and the other one's completely devoid. I think they like maybe they.
Okay, yeah, yeah, those some big balls.
Maybe it's still in recovery, Jim.
They're hanging over his leg. His leg is like, he's making like a lady movement. He's like got one leg crossed over the other like a lady, and the balls are just hanging over.
That's why he's doing it, to showcase the balls.
Definitely is.
He's like, fucking look at these, huh? Huh?
Chimney crickets. I got to take them off the screen. I can never look at the man the same again after this. He's got 3 balls. One of them's much smaller than the other 2. Well, Walton Goggins, enough Goggin on cock.
Oh. Hey now.
Yeah. Boy. What else, you guys? What's going on here? What is this? Whedon's. Is there a segment of Whedon's Review Corner today?
There was. We need to bring that back at some point.
Does it have a theme song?
Sort of. I just kind of sing something very poorly.
It's time for the internet's favorite segment, Whedon's Review Corner with Whedon. So, Whedon, anything to review for us today?
Let's see. I started watching a movie called The Peanut Butter Falcon.
Ah, yes, that's with Shia LaBeouf and his tarded brother.
It's not his brother. It's a guy with Down syndrome who escapes from an old folks' home to pursue his dreams of becoming a professional wrestler.
Quick interrupt. Yeah.
He runs into Shia LaBeouf's character, and the two kind of team up to go on this whole like journey to go to the wrestling school, and they bond and become good friends. And it's surprisingly not a bad movie. It's kind of heartwarming. It's there was a couple of moments where I was like, "Oh, that's really kind of sweet." Like it was a really heartwarming movie.
More recent, I'm guessing?
It came out probably about before the pandemic. I think it came out like in 2019, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That I have to ask before the moment passes. Why is there poo on your finger in this picture? Did you just come back from a Twilight screening?
There is the what?
You about to give a dirty Sanchez on your middle finger on your left hand on the right side of the screen. It's covered in poo and blood. There's like you definitely violently. Anyway, was that your review?
My review of the movie would have to be a solid 7 or 8 out of 10.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, and then here's your out. And that was Whedon's Review Corner with Charles Whedon. Yeah.
I would definitely say that honking of the horn is going to get old.
Well, I won't be here next week, so don't worry about it.
Alrighty.
I might have to remember that for next time, though.
I think the next time you'll hear it will be 6 months. I think that's what I do about every 6 months.
Come in and clown horn everybody to death.
Come in every 6 months, clown horns, dick fucking jokes, and shit fingers. You're welcome.
All right. So let's see. Dawn for the Planet of the Apes, or Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
Definitely. Sorry, what were we going to say?
I was just going to say, wouldn't it be Dawn from the Planet of the Apes? Wouldn't that be more grammatically correct?
No, it's Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. Yeah, it was. It was. I would say Dawn of the Planet of the Apes was definitely better than Rise. When it comes to Dawn in War, they were definitely better than Rise. Of the 3 movies, Rise was probably the weakest.
I mean, it was just like I say, it was just a canvas maker. You just had to set the foundation.
Yeah, it's
It
the
was,
intro.
yeah, it was
Yeah,
setting the
it
story.
was. I'm not saying it was Rise was a bad movie, but compared to Dawn and War, it was definitely not as good as Dawn and War.
Oh yeah, there were big steps up in pretty much every single
But I
way.
mean, isn't that the whole point of like how a trilogy should be, where the first movie is good, the second movie should be an improvement of the first movie, and then the third movie should be an improvement of the second movie. Isn't that how that should be?
It should be, but it's pretty rarely the case.
Have
Yeah.
you not seen the Matrix trilogy?
Don't ever use the Matrix trilogy as an example of that statement.
Okay.
No,
So,
it's
so
just
what are you saying? What are you saying, Grim? And then we'll hear what you're saying. Then
No, that's all I said. I said
No,
what I
but-
was saying.
But you're saying that basically that's an example of how the third installment is shittier than the others.
I was just saying probably. I think, isn't it known that sequels get worse as they go? They're what Whedon's saying is should be how it goes.
Oh no, I thought you were saying that the Matrix movies only got better.
No, I was sarcastically saying how they only got worse.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
because
but
the
people lose
like
perspective,
Matrix
I think.
Reloaded was bad, and the Matrix Revolutions was hot dog water.
I mean,
Whose perspective, Stone? Because they took that whole premise and turned it into a fucking a dance sex orgy rave.
Yep, pretty
Well-
much.
well, that's the loss. Like I said, that's the problem. That like whatever the core was when the first movie was done, it seems like as they move forward, they seem to lose the perspective of that, and they don't evolve it to where it can get better, to where the story can unfold and get better. They just kind of lose complete perspective on it, and somehow, and it kind of loses its momentum. That's kind of what it feels like a lot of times.
Yeah, and then of course when I recently watched The Matrix Resurrections, that movie is hands down the worst movie in the quadrilogy.
I've had that sitting there since it was out digitally, and I just haven't been able
That's
to
the
do
newest
it.
one.
Yeah, that's the newest one.
I remember not hating it. What was wrong with it?
Oh my god.
I thought it was better than the last two because it didn't have dance orgies.
Matrix Resurrections was just I can't put my finger on it, but I just did not like it. I thought the story, I didn't like what they did with Trinity, where Neo is supposed to be the one, but yet they turned Trinity into the one. And so
Is he
now,
still the one? Or like, is it the two now?
yeah, that's basically what it is. It's no longer
Okay.
the one, it's the two. They're
Their love.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. And now every single time they make physical contact with each other, like if they touch each other, like hold hands, there's like this massive shockwave of energy that happens that blows all the freaking like agents and like programs back and like creates like all kinds of like hectic like craziness going
But I
on.
mean, it's just a
it's-
play on the yin and yang, the masculine, feminine energy that is needed to be centered as a whole.
I don't know.
Perfect
It's just,
unity in partnership.
Oh man!
Ironically, being put out
That's
by
showing a whole-
two trans sisters, brothers, sister brothers.
that I also don't understand because I mean, you know what?
Put that shit on the Hallmark Channel and shut up. That's what I'd say.
I'm not gonna get into it. It's just like look. I mean, one Wachowski sibling being trans, I get, but both of them being trans. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just like what?
I think they now retroactively claim that all the Matrix stuff was an analogy for being trans.
Yeah, I
Something
don't
like
know.
that.
I don't know, man. I really don't. I just like look. It's just like you do you. Just like whatever. But it's just like
Do each other or whatever it is you're up to. We don't care. Make a good fucking movie.
yeah, that's all I really care about. Just make a good movie, which they clearly didn't, because The Matrix Resurrections was crap.
I feel like they or one of them put out another movie like a couple of years before that bombed pretty hard too. I don't know what that
If
was
they
called.
did, I don't know what it was.
Well, I know one of them did that Sense8 series, which was a hit. Not too.
Yeah,
I
actually, I
never
remember that
watched
going
it.
over well.
I never watched it, but when I was
No, I never
about
saw it.
to, I found out that the show got canceled, and I was like, "What's the point?"
Mm.
Well, gentlemen, this is the perfect timing for me to actually run and let you guys get into your Planet of the Apes discussion uninterrupted, unabated. Although V will be out there listening and baiting, but I've got to go wash my junk and then go to the adventure desk. So I got to get
The
rolling.
Adventure Desk.
The adventure desk. It's going to be so exciting. Can't wait. Probably going to go to McDonald's too.
Yeah.
You would.
Delicious. Okay, goodbye. Have a wonderful show. Thanks for having me.
I'm glad
No
to have
worries. Thanks for joining. Have fun at the Adventure Desk.
The adventure.
Oh yeah, he was acting like he was getting pulled away aggressively. Okay.
I thought he was having a stroke. Anyways,
It's like, does he smell toast?
All right. Well, like we were just saying a moment ago, the rise, Damian. While Damian, I see it's. I don't know. See, the thing is, for me, with certain vehicles, certain content vehicles like Planet of the Apes, it's not so much of. It's less on how are they developing the story, because the story is just is already there in its own way. It's just what the changes or the or the tweaks or the upgrades you're going to try to put on the story or on the imagery and things like that. So with Planet of the Apes is more of like, okay, I'm not looking for it to be okay. This is strong. This is stronger. This is strong. Is I look for it. Okay, look, the first one is always going to be like, give us the canvas of how you're going to set up how this thing kicked off and everything like that. And it just kind of gave us the canvas. Everything was expected. Just kind of gave us, okay, this is what. Now we're going to get into the real and into the real meat and potatoes of the story, where we get into Dawn now, and that's where you kind of get more clarity on what's going on, what's happening, the connections and everything like that. So, and this is what brings us to now, and that's why I think I almost felt like maybe I shouldn't have said that it was a better movie one better than the next. I mean, it truly was. I mean, but by design, it was always going to be better. I think the second one was always going to be better because it was going to be able to give you more in that situation. But no doubt, the scene where they were on the bridge and they're, and they're making their march outward to head, to head to the tree line. I mean, that was pretty fucking dynamic. It definitely gave you some things in the first, movie for sure. So,
that whole final sequence was amazing.
yeah. So I'm like I said, but it was more like I said. So that was definitely some stuff that definitely kind of wrapped it up the right way. So they were doing it the right way. I think that everything that they adjusted. Okay, we're not going to do the whole, humans in these suits and try to do it this way. We're going to try to go another way with it, which I thought was a great idea. And I think the adjustment was great, and I think the development of how things ended up happening, was great. It wasn't a thing where everybody's walking around like humans and everybody, and everyone is able to speak. Some still speaking more crudely or or more amateurly than others, more, some still more advanced. I mean, but it just wasn't a thing. Like everybody was just talking, everybody had British accents, and oh Lord, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it just, I'm glad.
I mean, what's the name of the giant orangutan? Maurice.
Maurice.
He doesn't get his first word until the third movie.
No, that's not true.
Really? What did he say before that?
He says something in the second movie, Dawn, when Koba shoots Caesar and blames it on the humans, and then sets fire to their camp. And sets fire to their camp and starts saying that they need to go after the humans. Maurice looks to the humans and says, "Run."
Okay, yeah, I do recall that now.
Yeah, that's the very first word that he says.
Yeah, his first word is like a...
Also, I'm not even sure if Maurice is a guy. I think Maurice might be a woman, a female.
Maurice, though.
Because the reason why
it's the name he was given, I guess.
The reason why I say that is because the actor that does the motion capture for Maurice, as well as I think the voice, is a woman.
Really?
Yeah, it's a woman that does the motion capture and the voice for Maurice.
She's got a deep voice.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can find who it is.
Because I know Judy Greer was that? I think that was Caesar's wife. I think she played Caesar's wife.
Yeah, that was Cornelia.
So I remember seeing that in the credits. I'm like, really? Shit.
Yeah.
She can do anything.
Let's see. Karin Konoval. Karin Konoval is Maurice.
And it's definitely a woman.
Yep, it's a woman.
Wow.
She was in all 3 Planet of the Apes movies. She was also in Rise, where she also played the court clerk, where Caesar's caregiver tried to get the woman at the court clerk to try to do something, and she said that you're lucky that they didn't put the ape down.
Yeah, so that's Maurice.
Yeah, that's the actress that plays Maurice. Yeah.
Maybe Maurice is trans.
I'm just gonna that doesn't exist in the animal kingdom.
Doesn't? Why not?
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't exist in the animal kingdom. It's strictly in humans. But let's see, what else was this woman in? She also was in The Good Doctor, that show about that doctor that has autism. Let's see. God damn it!
What?
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Maurice is going to make an appearance in that movie. Okay.
But isn't it set like hundreds of years later?
Yeah, probably going to be a flashback.
I guess it has to be, because
yeah,
I think orangutans live a decent life, but I don't think it's centuries.
No, it's roughly around it's roughly around the same lifespan as humans.
So like 60, 80, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Because I was actually wondering that watching War, just because Caesar looks noticeably older in that movie. So I was kind of wondering, like, how long do monkeys live? I guess obviously it would vary from species to species, but because you definitely notice he was starting to get a bit gray and just generally older looking.
Let's see. So, yeah, Karin Konoval is playing Maurice, obviously. Let's see, is anyone else going to be in the movie? Looks like she's the only actor that's coming back to reprise the role from the previous movies. So it looks like Maurice is probably going to be probably a flashback. It's going to have to be a flashback.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have to be. Because Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes takes place 300 years later.
300 years, yeah, because I saw something about it at some point. I didn't realize they were going to jump so far ahead.
Yeah.
So far, we've had like, what was it? I think between Rise and Dawn, it was like 10 years. Then I think it was only a couple between Dawn and War, I think.
Let's see. Between Rise and Dawn is 10 years, and then actually no. Between Rise and Dawn, I think it's is it 10 years, I think?
It was something somewhere around that.
Yeah, it's either 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, just the way they even the way they set up. Did you say you have seen the original Planet of the Apes?
A long, long time ago. I think I was in high school when I saw them.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's just like fan service calling, but the little girl in number 3 that eventually was named Nova by Maurice. Nova is the name of the woman that Charlton Heston met in captivity in the original movie. So I kind of thought they were, setting up something like that. But no, she's long dead if it's 300 years later.
Yeah. But I didn't remember that. But let's see. But one thing that I thought was interesting is that jumping ahead into War for the Planet of the Apes, the Colonel was mentioning that the mutated simian flu was no longer killing humans; it was just preventing them from speaking and regressing them, making them become basically primitive and more like cattle. But I'm like, according to like what was going on with Amaya Miller's character, that was Nova, um, she was able to communicate through sign language.
And she wasn't stupid by any means. She just couldn't speak.
Yeah, exactly. So the regression didn't reduce their intelligence; it just prevented their ability to speak. So
Yeah.
they could still communicate. They just couldn't communicate through speech. All they had to do was learn sign language. That's it.
Yeah, like,
Which I mean,
guess,
if push came to shove, really not that hard. I mean, Nova was able to learn how to speak through communicate through sign language just by watching Maurice communicate to Caesar through sign language pretty
she didn't
easily.
pick up a whole lot, but she didn't have a whole lot of time either. Just like the fact that she spent a week with them. The fact that she spent a week with them and was able to learn, what was it, thirsty, which was like just going like that or something.
Yeah, you can't see it, but she was basically taking her fingers and like doing like a gesture down her
It was the
esophagus.
down, yeah.
Yeah, down her
That,
esophagus.
We're moving into war
that's the
already.
Italian thing.
Well,
would sort of jump ahead a little.
jumping ahead slightly to talk about how the humans were able to communicate even though they didn't have the ability to speak. And we'd only talked about that because we were talking about the earlier movies from the 60s and how humans in that movie weren't able to speak, and that that also originated from the existence that Maurice is going to make an appearance in Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, like, it has to be a flashback. There's no
it has
other way.
to be. Unless Maurice found the fountain of youth and is able to live forever, which I doubt.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Look, so one person I want to highlight in this one, because there's definitely two people that he's one of two people that I definitely want to highlight, of course, because they're feature players. But I mean, there is the one guy, I forget his name, that was in Terminator Genesis, I believe. If I'm getting the movie installment correctly, he was in that one as John Connor.
Oh, Jason
Oh,
Clarke.
yeah, Australian actor.
But the main guy I wanted to speak about on this one is gonna be of course Gary Oldman, and then of course very powerful performance when we get there from Woody Harrelson in War. I just you know I think with them both, I think the common thread to have them both in is that they can be is that their ability to be two different things, and sometimes their ability to be like those two different things at the same time, to where you feel kind of conflicted and like you know you're supposed to dislike him, but you feel like I don't know. Is it? I mean, do you kind of get where I'm coming from? Where kind of Gary Oldman's role was, where you kind of feel a bit of a conflict. But is it more about the human conflict because we're the humans and they're the apes as you're watching this movie, or is it more? I felt like he creates the conflict because you don't completely see him as an evil guy. It's
I don't
more.
think
No,
I don't
I
think Gary. Oh, sorry.
no,
Oh,
you go.
I was just gonna say I don't think Gary Oldman's character. His name was Dreyfus. I don't think
Yeah,
Dreyfus was a bad character. I don't think he was evil. I
no,
think
he was doing the best for his people.
he was just trying. Yeah, he was just trying to do the best that he could for his people, and he was trying to protect his people, and he saw the apes as a threat to his people. Now, at the end, when he contacted the soldiers, which would eventually lead into war, yeah, that was kind of a dick move. Not a dirty Sanchez, but it was a bit of a dick move.
But then,
Um,
like, at the same time, though, like when you get the feeling you're being overrun, you're
you
gonna
kind of,
you're gonna reach
you
out for
kind of have,
help.
you're kind of pushed into doing desperate things.
Okay, so then when we switch over to Koba, um,
Played by the great Toby Kebbell. Toby Kebbell, great actor. Loved him in
I
pretty
know.
much everything he does.
I forgot to look that name up. I fucking know that name. When I saw it in the credits.
Okay. Bad movie, but he didn't do that bad of a job in it. He played Doctor Doom in the Fant Four Stick movie.
Okay.
He also played Durotan in the Warcraft movie. Yeah, but Toby Kebbell is a good actor. I like him. I like him in pretty much everything he's done.
well, how do
Well,
we?
almost everything, because he like Fant Four Stick was a fucking terrible movie. I refuse to call it what they try to call it. That movie forever will be called Fant Four Stick.
He was in Skull Island.
Yes, he was. He was one of the soldiers that got killed by a skull crawler.
And the movie Rock and Roller, which is a Guy Ritchie movie. Great movie. Gerard
Never saw
Butler
it.
and various
No.
other people. Good movie.
Yep. But yeah, Toby Kebbell's a good actor.
And so, how do we feel about Koba and Koba's decisions?
I was
Uh,
honestly surprised that an ape was the one to throw the first stone.
I'm not.
I thought for sure it was going to be like, people bad. People start war. But no.
Well, I kind of figured it was going to be Koba from the beginning. I kind of figured it
No.
was going to be him.
I knew it was going to be a problem. I just didn't think that necessarily.
Well,
But
the
but
thing
that's
is
go ahead.
remembering Koba from the first movie and then seeing his behavior in Dawn up to that point, I was like, oh yeah, Koba's going to cause problems. I freaking knew it.
But see, that's the thing. Cause problems. I mean, is it? I mean, how difficult would it be for you to get over being subjugated to torture, experiments, and things like that? And no one ever wanted to compromise or work with or agree with you, and all you're being asked to do is work with agree and collaborate with the same people who caused you all that pain.
Those
I
people
mean,
didn't cause him that pain. All the people that caused him that pain are dead.
well, there's still people that look like him. And I mean, who's to say that they won't subject them to the same thing? You know, I mean, there's no therapy out there. Look, while they had schools, while they had their implementation of schools, and as best they could with the medical staff, they didn't have therapy out there. So it was hard for that. It was hard for him to get over what had happened to him, and it was hard to see anybody else. It was hard to see anyone that looked like them as anything but somebody who's potentially going to lock him up in a cage and do some other weird, you know what I'm saying, shit to him, you know what I'm saying, for another, you know what I'm saying, undetermined period of time.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
So it's just like with Gary Oldman, I get what you're saying on that, but when it comes to COVID, it's almost like, you know, what are we trying to do here? Because I mean, then the conversation becomes, you know, that they weren't trying to take anybody over when they had less intelligence, weren't able to speak. They weren't trying to take anybody over. They weren't trying to attack anybody. They were living in their environments, doing what they were doing. But then guess what happens? You get captured. You become performers. You're in the circus. You're in laboratories. You're getting experimented on, and basically all that could have been done is you being left alone, and that doesn't happen. And an experiment that you created makes us smarter, makes us able to speak and become more capable, and different things start to happen. And as a result of that, then this virus, you know what I'm saying, takes hold of you. None of this was because of us. It's all because of you. But now there's new anger towards us because of the abilities that you gave to us. You know, so that, you know, it's like, so how is anybody supposed to feel like it's going to be any different now than it was before? I'm surprised that more of the apes didn't share the same sentiment that Koba had. Honestly, I'm not saying that he was right over Caesar, but I'm just saying, like, I just can't believe that none of the other apes that didn't write it, that other apes shared the same sentiment as Koba. Honestly, because I mean, because how is this going to make things any different? Are they?
Well, I guess some of them did, because some of them were pretty happy to follow him initially, until they saw just how far his vengeance was going.
I would say for sure, but I mean, it's, again, with no therapy, a lot's happened to you with no therapy. It's just, you know, it's kind of you kind of got to measure that on a certain scale a little bit. You know, no, you're not really getting the help that you need to kind of work through that, and it's just staying there. I mean, a lot of that just staying there. I mean, and just, you know, who knows? I mean, and like I said, the trauma of the torture you may endure, and then possibly their family, you know, possibly his family being taken away and things like that. Who knows what happened to them? It's just all of that coming, you know, coming round robin at that point, you know, and then you come out of that finally, you finally get some semblance of freedom, but no therapy, and then all of a sudden here comes these humans. Come creeping out there into your area, want to see more shit, and it's like, oh my god, here we go again. You know, it's like, here we go again. How is this going to be different from the last time? You know, how is it going to be different? We're out here living our lives, bothering no one, and here they come. What's going to be any different? You know.
And then, Kirk Acevedo just fucked everything up completely almost fucked everything up.
Yeah, but how are you gonna? You know, it's like, well, how? I get it, and I mean, and that's where the great writing and things like that, and great story setup, because the conflict is just going to be inevitable, because they got to get to that area. But the guy was trying to work it out. But you know, there's always going to be conflict, and there's, you know, and when, like I say, there's no therapy, there's no understanding, there's no resolution, then there's somebody that's feeling on the outs. It's just. It's classic storytelling, but the way they did it here, I mean, it was definitely pretty. It was definitely pretty well done. I would definitely say, as they kind of move forward in this.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cool thing, because you go into it knowing the Planet of the Apes is the ultimate end of this, but it's seeing how they've constructed their version to come about is cool. There's definitely some kind of expecting. Like even the first one, when I went to that years ago, I was thinking like I didn't expect much of it. I guess possibly because the Tim Burton movie put a bit of a stink on things.
I just it just felt like with those movies, it was just I'm not gonna say that I was completely like done with the people being in the suits type of thing. I'm not gonna completely dismiss it, but I just felt like the efforts were just too on the nose. Like they put Michael Clark Duncan in a gorilla cut. It's just like, oh, dude, too on the nose. That just it really put a weirdness on it. You know what I mean? Am I
Yeah.
wrong on that? Am I being too critical of that?
I don't know, because if you can get Michael Clark Duncan, you should get Michael Clark Duncan, regardless.
I know, and I know.
I'd miss that fucking guy. God damn it.
Yeah, and I know, man, and I know that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? You definitely, if you like you said, if you can get him, you want to get him. I mean,
Like he's big. He's got the
he
the
does.
voice.
He does. I know. That's all of what you're saying is correct, and that's what gives me conflict because all of what you're saying, I thought of, and it's correct, and it's hard not to agree with, but at the same time, it's like, damn, it just seems so on the nose. It just seems so on the nose. It just really does. I'm just like, damn. It's like one of those you can't win for losing type things, you know. It's just, I get what they want, and I get but it's just so on the nose.
Could be completely innocent, but it's always going to be that bit of doubt.
Just so on the all I'm willing to say, I'm not going to say anything, but it's just really on the nose. That's the politeness that I'll give to it. It's just really on the nose. I'm just like, geez, come on. It's like, oh, and then he had that classic line, "Bow your head." I'm like, oh my god, oh, it's so good. It's like, oh, it's so good. It's like, fuck.
How long's he been gone now? It'd be at least 15 years, right?
Wow, it was like.
It feels like it's been a long time.
It has been. Wow. Like fuck it, man, because we're talking about him, and this is all Planet of the Apes related. So let's just do it, man. Let's just do it.
Yeah, so many great things. Did you guys ever play the Suffering games?
Nope.
Oh, he voiced the main bad guy in the second one. Fucking great.
It's been 12 years.
12 years, okay. It was a bit longer, but yeah, such a damn shame.
I wanted to see if I was right here. Let me see.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
All right. God, why do they do this? In the Hive. Okay. That was one movie he did in 2012 before he passed, and they call In the Hive. But then there was a movie that wasn't released, but ended up being released after his death, The Challenger.
Wasn't he also doing a show called The Finder?
Let's see. Because I see all they mainly had was his movies. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything else. God, I thought he was great. I thought he was great in Sin City, by the way. Well, Sin City.
Oh fuck yeah! He had an eye patch, right?
Yeah, something like that, I guess you could say.
That movie in general was great. Fucking the casting, everything about it. Second one was decent. Definitely not the first, but it was a solid sequel.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, at least see that's the one thing about it. Sometimes, we got to really find a balance on that because, we want a level up in the sequel, but sometimes when somebody wants to keep perspective of what the movie was, sometimes it's hard to level it up if you want to keep the perspective. Sometimes I think it's better to keep the perspective than to try to level up and outdo, what the first movie was. I think sometimes.
Which,
I
like,
mean,
yeah, I only watched it for the first time, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago. I bought it on Blu-ray when it came out, just never got around to it. But I finally watched it. I'm like, yeah, it was still a very entertaining movie, and
I mean,
it's going to be very tough to top that first one.
and like, let me ask you guys a question then. Like, take the American Pie movie series.
Yeah,
What was your expectations as the sequels moved forward?
I mean, I guess at the time I didn't really have a whole lot of expectation, but two is probably my favorite of the original movies. I still haven't seen what the American Wedding was three. So was it Reunion? Was that the next one? Because there was two after Wedding that I haven't seen.
There was because there was American Pie 2, and American Wedding, American Reunion, and I
And
think
then
that's.
I could
But
just
then
one
there
there
was
was one
but
after that.
but then there was several others that really wasn't connected to the
The like
core.
the straight to DVD fucking movies.
Yeah, it was a couple of them. There wasn't. I think there was one where they tried to focus on Stifler's little brother and everything like that. I think it was
Yeah,
stuff
I
that really wasn't.
think was that him at college?
I think so.
Yeah,
So
I
I
think
think
that's the only one I've seen, and that was terrible.
I think after Reunion, I think they were doing movies that I think they maybe did one or two more that focused more on like outside of the core group.
Mm.
What I could say, my expectations when it came to the American series was more like, I would say it was more like you just want to see an evolution. There's so many stories to focus on. It was more of like, let's really focus in on something and really kind of, try to tell a whole story of what it's going to be. We seen what was established, and just to be able, I expected just to be able to have a more solid connection and story and eventual round out. And I think we pretty much got that in the American series. I think it wasn't about trying to outdo the others, the other movies, the other installments, but more just kind of, it's kind of more connect and further the story. And it
I
just,
consider the first three, at least, given that's all I can really speak to, aside from that one spin-off movie. But the first three I consider to be pretty equal in different ways.
and see,
Like, I think it was three as one of my favorite. Is three the one where she sticks the horn instrument up his ass?
Actually,
like,
no. That was
he
still the first
fucked
one.
out.
That was still the first one because she was trying to to loosen him up a little bit. I think because he was still trying to
It
get
might have
at
been two. It definitely wasn't the first one. It was either two or three.
with the because he was hold up because he was still trying to get advice from her, and she was teaching him all this shit. I thought that happened then too.
I reckon it was three. Because he wasn't really with Allison Hannigan in two, was he? Until later in the movie.
It was because basically the movie surrounded around him trying to get laid, and then basically Shannon Elizabeth was his main focus on trying to get laid. And I think at one point he actually got in with her, but he fucking, but he fucking blew it, and the camera was on and everything like that.
He literally blew it.
Yeah,
she
and
like
so
touched, she like put a finger on him, and he's,
so then the whole thing became after that point was that she was going to be leaving but coming back, and then. And then they would hook up again. So he was trying to get himself ready. And was that too? Maybe
because it was because the scene I'm thinking of is when he went to band camp.
Maybe it was two. Maybe it was two then. because
they were
that,
gonna have like sex in the music room or whatever, and she put the horn instrument up his ass, and then he
okay.
farted it out, and they ran away because someone was coming, and then you see like a silhouette of the guy playing it.
Yeah, he's playing. I do remember that, but okay. I'm mixing things up again. But okay, because that's when they went and they got older and they were able to go and have that and rent out that place together and everything like that. And then that's when he was still getting. That's when he was still trying to. I guess that's the point. He was still trying to get ready for the re-hookup with Shannon Elizabeth and everything like that. And but I think I think at one point he had kind of had to stop and block because he was trying to jerk off, but he had super glued himself. So then he had the whole cast going on and everything like that. It was just okay, now I'm getting the timeline right, but the whole hookup with her and he blew it in the first one. That was just okay. That was just that, and then we continue on with that because we're still growing up. Then we graduate. But then they realize they fall in love, and then that's when American Wedding happens.
Yeah, because 2 is the movie with the beach house where they rent out the beach house.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think he's with her the whole movie. I think it's like
no, because
like
at first
final act.
Because at first she was trying to help him get ready for Nadia. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Nadia's appearance at at the beach house, and then they end up and he ends up realizing that like he's really liking her. That he's really better off with her and everything like that. So yeah. But then we have American Wedding. Then we have American Reunion. See how everybody's doing for that last point and everything. It's just
And I'm fairly sure there was one after that with the main cast. I could be wrong about that.
I was going to look into that, but I didn't think so. Anything of note? Let me see. American.
I definitely want to say Reunion though. Just like I don't think it was received all that well, but just for completionist purposes, at least give it a watch.
The only American Pie movies that I've seen would have to be parts of 1, parts of 2, and all of American Wedding, and I have never seen American Reunion.
Yep, it's just 99 American Pie, American Pie 2, 2001, 2003 American Wedding, and then we would have to wait 9 years for American Reunion.
Yeah, and so that was the last one.
That was the last one with the core group. We'll say it like
Okay.
that. That's why they kind of frame it like that because that's the last movie with the core. So they focus on the core group at all.
Maybe it
Did
was.
everybody from the core group come back?
It looks like they did. It looks like they did. From what I can see in the American Reunion poster, it looks like every single person in the core group came back. Even Natasha Lyonne.
Really is a shame what happened to Tara Reid in that first movie. God damn, maybe it was like one of my biggest crushes in fucking movie history. And then things kind of went downhill.
I don't know, man. For me, it's crazy for me. I've always been number one. I've always had a thing for redheads, what I'm saying, honestly. And Natasha Lyonne was always, for me, a girl with a clever comeback and one-liners. They always get my attention. I'm sorry that girl is always gonna get my attention. Then she was like, but then it's like as she started to get skinny, I hated that part with her too. But yeah, she was definitely one of my favorites when I was watching the movie for sure.
She had didn't she? She had a big breakdown in real life at some point, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And disappeared for a while, then made a pretty big comeback with some fairly successful Netflix series.
It's weird how Hollywood likes to have people play that out in certain ways. Like to have her be in an episode of Law and Order where she's in a facility, a mental facility and whatnot, where she's assaulted. It just seems like, wow, really? that is so eerie that they would do that like that. Like,
was that before or after?
That was after.
Huh.
That was
Like you,
truly
like
that was after.
you were like crazy and fucked up at one point, right? Come on, come do it on the show.
Weird and get sexually and depict being sexually assaulted also. Yeah, it's awesome. No one and by the way, they'll keep thinking you're crazy because no one will believe you because they think it was a really odd thing. But you know when you're trying to make your way back, you gotta do that type of stuff. It's just I don't know. It seems Hollywood in this little sandbox. They like doing things like that. It's just odd. There's certain movies and content that I've seen where it just seems like they do things like that.
She's sort of yeah,
It's
it's
like
weird.
it's like take Kerry Washington for example. Kerry Washington did a lot of movies where a lot of times she's depicted as very in our community it seemed like very uppity, very very high, so very high on herself, and she speaks in a certain way and everything like that. And even this movie that I always forget that it seems like a lot like Pacific Heights but it's a movie with Samuel Jackson and her and old boy from Aquaman and I'm saying and the Watchmen, and they're in an interracial relationship, and it seems like Samuel Jackson doesn't seem to like that, and he's a cop, but he seems to be.
Oh, I know I know the movie you're talking about. I just can't think of the name.
Yeah,
Fuck.
but you get it. Like I said, it's like that in other
Yeah.
movies where it seems like Kerry Washington seems like to be like that better than black girl that would also be able to date white guys. And then all of a sudden she gets this big role in Django Unchained, and what she was depicted as being put through, it seemed like to me like she was paying penance in a way. It's just like she was paying black penance to be in this movie and have this prominent role with Jamie Foxx. It just something about it felt that way. It just really made me feel like wow, they're really kind of putting her through the ringer. What I'm saying, and the depiction in this movie, as sort of like a penance for all the other stuff that she played leading up to this. It just kind of felt weird. But I mean,
She was
it just
very
stuff
good in
like
that movie, though.
very good. But like I said, it's just stuff like that. You just see every once in a while that really kind of says, they're really kind of leaning into what people in a way. It's like really ironic that you see certain things where it's like, okay, it really seems like they're really kind of reflecting in a way. If you know it, if you understand it, they're really kind of reflecting on something that this person may have really been dealing with. It's weird sometimes. I wish I could name off the top of my head. I wish I could tell you other things that I saw that made me feel that way. As it comes to me, I'll say things, but it's like right off the top of my head with everything that we're talking about and doing, it's hard for me to kind of now get back to that file where this is the other stuff that I saw that was kind of reminded me of that and things like that. It's just
If there's one thing we know about Hollywood, for all the joy they bring, it's often a weird and terrible / just terrible place.
But that's why I say the direct response to like with what Black Panther and Wakanda Forever did, I just felt like some people in Hollywood just was like, you know what, we're gonna start doing some period pieces where this is gonna be all white people. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I'm saying, if we can't only gonna be like one, it's gonna be like only like one black person, if anything. And it's just, and we're gonna make a lot of money off these movies. And like all this time, like I'm sorry, we had to wait all this time to have a movie about Oppenheimer. Seriously? We had to wait all this fucking time for that? I mean, I'm
Surely there's been one before. Surely.
The way
I
the
can't
deal,
think of one.
yeah, the deal they're making out of it, it doesn't feel like there was with the deal they're making out of it. I swear, it's like they made such a big deal out of it. Like I would never have thought there was another one before this.
I think the reason why they're making such a big deal out of Oppenheimer is because it's a Chris Nolan film.
I mean, I understand Chris, but still, the content is still the content. Just because of Chris Nolan doesn't mean like, oh my god, you know what I'm saying? there's certain shit in history that even Chris Nolan can't make super fucking exciting.
Well, I mean, when I saw Oppenheimer, I thought the movie was good, but I wouldn't call it exciting.
But people act like they want to know about the bomb and what, you know what I'm saying? But
I
yeah,
wouldn't even call it that. I wouldn't like. I would have to agree with what many of the critics said about that movie. Don't go into Oppenheimer expecting
bomb
an
shit.
an accurate depiction of how the actual history played out. Don't.
Well then it just feels like a complete waste of time.
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean, honestly, then it
yeah.
just feels like a complete waste of time.
Yeah, because it was a good movie, but I wouldn't really call it completely accurate to how everything played out.
That's the thing that we can't keep doing, and that's the same thing that I was saying that I was saying about our guy, you know, about our guy from from Stranger Things and from saying Violent Night, and We Have a Ghost and so on and so forth. You don't.
Okay, all right, hold that thought. What was your issue with Violent Night?
It's an overall bad movie with decent acting, but the main guy being the main attraction of it. Like I said, the common thread is he's constantly in movies that are here or there, but he's the main guy. So it's like you feel like we put him in it, it'll enhance it. And it's like, yeah, in a way, but that's where people get kind of lost on what truly an MVP is. And it's weird, this recent thing, because recently the National Basketball Association's most valuable player was recently announced, and it was Nikola Jokic. And people are thinking now, because of the playoffs, that he shouldn't have been the most valuable player, and that his other guard for another team should be the most valuable player because of what he was able to do and change around the team. But people don't understand that when you're the most valuable player, you have to understand what those words mean. The most valuable player means you're more valuable than any other valuable player that you have on that team, meaning that these other players are very valuable, but you're even more valuable than those guys. That's what makes you a most valuable player. A most valuable player is someone who comes onto a really good team and enhances that team to make them a great team. But without that guy being on the team, that team will be a really good team still. But with him in it, it enhances it to a degree where now they're a great team. That's what a most valuable player is. So what you're trying to do with David Harbour is take a great actor with and that's the thing, that's the difference. Nikola Jokic is a really great player on a solid team, that if he wasn't on the team, they would still be a solid team. They just wouldn't be as good as they were with Nikola Jokic on the team. And that's the core of what a most valuable player is. But what the other guy is a really good player on a team that's really not all that good without him being on the team. That if he wasn't on the team, they really would not be anywhere as good as they were with him being on the team. That doesn't make you a most valuable player. That makes you the valuable player.
So what you're saying is that if Violent Night had not had David Harbour, it just would have been a bad movie.
Exactly. It wouldn't have been a solid movie without David Harbour being in it.
Okay. All right.
And it wasn't.
To be honest, I will agree with that. Yeah. If David Harbour had not been in the movie, I think the movie would have been mediocre at best.
And that's the thing. And what you want with a guy like David Harbour is that you want to put him in a solid movie where he can enhance the movie and make it a great movie. You can't ask David Harbour to be in a lackluster movie and make that into a great movie. You can't do that. You got to at least bring a good foundation around them to where that's where Stranger Things is great.
there are examples of movies that David Harbour has been in where his presence wasn't even enough to save the movie.
Of
And that
course.
movie, a good example of that would be the Hellboy movie that he did.
You agree with
So I
that?
still haven't seen. No, I haven't
Okay.
seen that one.
I like David Harbour, but I mean I really wanted that movie to be good, but even with David Harbour's presence in that movie was not enough to save that movie.
Wait, he didn't play Hellboy, did he?
He did.
He did play Hellboy. Huh.
Yep, he did, and I thought his performance as Hellboy was terrible.
And you're telling me that Mila Jovovich's performance was garbage in that movie too?
She did the best that she could with what was given to her, but I still think that it wasn't enough.
See, I think the best example of that is We Have a Ghost. That's the best example I have of a bad movie, that even David Harbour couldn't make really decent, in my opinion. It wasn't. It went. It jumped right into Beetlejuice immediately, and then went somewhere else completely, and didn't understand the core of what Beetlejuice was. I mean,
It was
yeah,
sort of
she
like
did
a movie made by someone who sort of, I don't know, they watched Beetlejuice like half asleep one time and was like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm going to do that.
something because they really didn't understand the core, and then they really made it too heavy, and I hated that. I just, like I said, I will always, outside of everything else, I will always lament the heaviness they tried to make between the conflict between the father and the youngest son, without really giving any real backstory, and the backstory that they tried to give was really weak, and it really didn't give real cause to why he was so angry, at him and everything like that. So it just, like, beyond everything else, it just really just kind of, and they just tried to jam stuff in that just really wasn't great. They tried to jam in Jennifer Coolidge, and because they thought, because she's funny, and they thought that she would create chuckle worthy moments, because saying she's fucking classic like that, so she's going to create funny fucking moments because she's fucking funny, but it doesn't enhance the movie, and then you make her look bad in the process, just like David Harbour. So it's like you just can't do shit like that, and people try to help out, and they try to do something that's good, that they feel like it's gonna have that good Beetlejuice type feel or whatever, and it doesn't work out that way, because they don't know how to structure it right. And it's just, but like I said, it just, you get to a point where, to be that type of, an MVP, you still got to have a solid, because most of the time, if you ever watch any clips of someone accepting their, most valuable player award, and they do a press conference or whatever about it, they often say that it's the other team, so it's the teammates, the staff and everything else like that made it possible to put me in the right position to be the most valuable player and everything like that. So when you say that, and if you really believe that, then the logic behind that is that that solid team is what made people see, like, look, this is a great team, but this guy shines even over that great team. And that's what Stranger Things was. Stranger Things, you had a solid cast. You had another solid veteran. Wow, it's kind of crazy with the whole Beetlejuice thing with Winona Ryder, as another one anchoring that cast and everything like that. And then so you had someone like David Harbour who would come in there, who you seen in the midst of everything in the Equalizer. This is what people need to understand, why I'm saying it this way. That even in the movie The Equalizer, where you have Denzel Washington, you have all of this stuff going on around, you still have David Harbour in this situation. He's still ever present. He's still someone that you're noticing. You can't, what I'm saying? You're not going to think about the first Equalizer movie and not think about David Harbour. You know what I'm saying? I'm so fucking fucked right now. You really fucked me, you motherfucker. Oh my God. Like, come on. Oh my God, those scenes are great. Like, it's just when you see like when you see that, you know that guy can get on something like that and he'll shine, and he did. And that's where people knew, like, okay, David Harbour's that guy that can enhance movies. And when he was in that Formula One movie and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? It was definitely doing its thing. So it's like, this guy, we can put him in anything. Like, that was a mistake. Like, we can put him in anything and he'll make it great. Like, that was the mistake. You got to have solid shit for him to enhance as an MVP. You can't just put him in shit and think it's going to be great. That's not how it works.
And then for him himself, like, you got to imagine it's kind of annoying, almost being stuck being that guy.
I mean,
like, sort of looking at like, yeah, I've done some shit. I know I was great, and people said I was great. Like, I'm doing fine. I keep getting put in shit.
Well, but it's about picks. You got it.
I suppose he's got to take the role.
But it's all about picks. You got to really just kind of see, like, okay, I mean, because if you really feel good about it, then I guess you make the decision and you live and die with it. But you just don't want to take the thing that you feel like, okay, well, this one, people, you know what I'm saying? It's like all these people are going to be in it. They really think they're going to push it, but it's like, is it really something that you feel like is going to, really propel forward? You know what I'm saying? Or is it seem that way? Or do you really, at some point you got to have some instincts about your career and how you want it to go and the type of stuff that you want to do, for yourself and everything like that. I just think about that, but I'm sorry, but this is fun. It's still fun. But of course we're doing pretty well. As far as Dawn goes, again, I do want to get back and say something about, Dawn. And I would just say, I would just kind of say that how can I put this? So did it happen? So would you have preferred that that Gary Oldman would have done something to sort of kick off this thing and it would have seemed right? Does it still bring that? It seemed like they were able to glaze over the fact that Koba started the whole, battle and the war and everything like that. But did it still have a lasting effect? Did it still have a lasting effect going into war for you? The way you felt like they, like, you still sided with the humans more than the apes on this situation?
Oh no, I definitely sided with the apes.
Yeah, I sided with the apes as well. Well, I sided with Caesar's side of the apes.
Yeah, I sort of love that they mixed moralities on both sides.
Yeah.
Like you could have easily had it where the apes are just, they're pure, they're all about survival and stuff like that. There's no malice there or potentially evil people or whatever. And it's just the humans that are the pieces of shit, which more often than not, you're probably going to go that way in modern times. But I like that they did sort of make almost kind of gray on both sides to a point.
Gray, but it's like this. You have the apes that feel like, and logic. I'm sorry, when I do the logic in my own mind, when you feel like, just put it. Let's take apes and humans out of it, or just completely log it to humans. Like, if you and your family were just living where you were living peaceably. You don't go out and antagonize anybody, terrorize anybody. You're just out there doing your thing. You and your vast family, and for some reason, people just keep grabbing up your family, taking them places, doing things. It's just, what I'm saying, they're forcing them to be places that they, that they don't really want to be, and everything like that. And then something happens that allows you to get even more freedom from all of this and everything like that. And then the same people that were bothering you before are now starting to make their faces known in areas you are now again. And it's like, and what is it? And because you would now have more resources and more things now, they seem again reinterested in what you're doing. And it's like, how could you have any trust that anything is going to be any different than what it was before? And why wouldn't it make you indifferent? And why wouldn't it make you indifferent to these people coming around? You know what I'm saying? As it was before, you were doing no more than what you were doing before, and they're still now coming to bother you. I mean, like how
I get that, but at the start of Dawn, those people had no idea they were there.
And then once they did, all of a sudden it was like the other guy's like, look, I'm trying to talk to him. I'm willing to talk to him. Just please allow me to do this. You know, but there's still this thing of we can't trust them. Like they created this whole thing and became super smart. Like,
well, they had that discussion too. That was Kirk Acevedo's character. I can't remember what his character's name was. The guy who was like the anti-ape guy in the group.
I'll shoot you, I'll kill you, even with a little kid.
Yeah,
go for that. Yeah, I know. From Fringe, by the way. From Fringe, fun fact.
Yeah, Kirk Acevedo. I can't remember his actual character's name, but yeah, there was a discussion with him where I think it was him. He said, like, you know, they did this or something like that, and someone else said to him, I don't know if it was what's the woman's name? Like at least the actress' name.
I can't remember her character's name, but
you mean Carrie Russell?
Carrie Russell. Thank you.
Yeah, Carrie Russell, the actress name.
I think it was her. Said back to him like we did this. Like they didn't give themselves this simian flu. It came from us. Like there was that point when he represents the duller side of people who don't have perspective on things or aren't even willing to consider things. It's like, no, they did this to us. It's like, well, no, we did this to them. We did it to ourselves.
Yeah, just, you know, so it's kind of like I get the whole thing of we have to live, you know, in these areas, you know, why not try to at least, you know, mend fences? I get their perspective. It's not like I'm saying I'm against what they're theorizing, but I can understand on the other side, it's not that we're about apes and only apes. It's more about, you know, how can we trust them when we were just trying to live our own lives before, and they just kept intruding on us for no reason, for their own selfish purposes, for entertainment and things like that, and so on and so forth, or experimentation for certain things, so on and so forth. Like, how is that? You know, it's like they're right not to feel like they can trust, and now they have abilities, they can talk. Like, what will they do then if they're able to, you know, saying that to kind of, you know, wield their authority over us somehow in some way? Like, what will they do to us then? You know?
Sure, but you would also kind of think with that elevated intelligence, they would kind of take Caesar, more like Caesar's thinking, where it's like he recognizes it's not all people doing that or did do that.
But
if anything, it's kind of, if anything, it's a tiny minority that actually did all those awful things.
But the real question is, could Caesar be recognized? Could Caesar and some members be recognized as like thinking as thinking entities that can have a conversation and negotiation, seek resolution in, you know, in this situation? Would they be seen that way? Would they be able to be interacted with in that way? Or would they, or would the ultimate resolution that would satisfy the humankind is them being sort of detained and observed and treated and so on and so forth to try to make sure that humankind is okay and they're protected, which, you know what I'm saying, which ultimately will lead them back to where they were before.
That's true. And I think as far as humanity goes, as far as humans go, I think there probably would be a fairly big division on that one. If it was, you know, like put to a vote or something.
So that's the thing that I think when you think about that and the possibilities of what could happen, I think for some of them, I think it was just it was just a little bit too much to risk. And ultimately, Caesar is feeling like the war has to be fought at that point, regardless. Instead of trying to move forward with that plan, he's still feeling like, so in a way, he feels like, in a way, you kind of have to think that he feels like that this has to happen. Regardless. Yeah, Koba started it, but it has to happen anyway.
Mhm.
Well, that's where you kind of like you see that exchange between him and what was it Jason Clark?
Yeah,
Jason Clark is the name of the actor.
yeah.
Yeah, like
It was that last exchange before they
I
parted
can't
ways.
remember. Yeah, that like I really thought this would work, and he's like, yeah, I did too. It's like they both had this optimism, but there's definitely always this that like it's a slim chance.
Because the
Really,
whole
like I
thing.
was really I was really pushing for it. I was really getting behind it, but
But the focus of his optimism was mainly trying to prove to them that they weren't savages, and that if they could be left alone, they wouldn't. They're not coming to try to take over everything. They were building their thing out there. I mean, that was his main focus. But he knew ultimately that while yes, he does condemn Koba for not being able to let go of his vengeance of
mm,
what I'm saying, of how he felt and how he was treated. He does kind of realize it did also make him kind of realize that this situation was going to have to happen. That they just that ultimately there was no one, that it was never going to be a universal agreement to just let them live peaceably. You
now,
know,
do you think if this wasn't a Planet of the Apes movie, just a self-contained thing with this storyline, do you think it would have had a positive outcome? 'Cause that's kind of the thought I had. I was like, I think if this wasn't, building towards what we know it's going to eventually get to, I feel like it would have probably had a more Hollywood ending.
I think that honestly, I think that outside of, because see, people, all I'm gonna say is this real quick, just so I can kind of do away with this, because I'm just kind of sick of it. And Jim and I have done shows where I played into that and tried to smash it, and even have a T-shirt with I believe a chimpanzee, I believe more than any, the chimpanzee with headphones on, DJing and everything like that, rocking out. And because I felt like the coolest monkey in the jungle, the smartest, what I'm saying, it's, to me, I thought that shit was just so bullshit, because other people want to derive black people as looking or whatever like monkeys. But and then and I know there were shows where often people would try to make reference to that, and I would turn around like, yes, I believe in evolution. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the reason why you call me a monkey, because I believe in evolution. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe in a magical God that recreates himself. I'm sorry, I don't know if I believe in a magical God that recreates himself as his own son. You know what I'm saying? Through somebody else like Zeus. You know what I'm saying? That he goes on a suicide mission that he knows is going on, and knows the whole script all the way to the end. And then does it and comes. Okay.
Not only recreates himself as a son, but splits himself into what's the other thing? The Holy Ghost.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like me as my son. Also, there's a ghost. All right.
I'm just saying, it's just funny, but anyway, I just want to kind of get done with all of that type of stuff, and I think that's why a lot of the characters are non-white. Are are non-black, that were in these series, because it doesn't want to be that whole thing of that feeling of on the nose. I just want to get away from that. But honestly, I would say that from my perspective, from my community perspective, that the true writing in a situation, the true writing in the situation for me would be, if this was the black community in this position, there would be somebody that would be in fear of being subjugated again, and probably would attack. I'm just saying. you just can't guarantee that. You just can't guarantee that everybody will be all good and want to make peace and mend fences. There's going to be somebody who's going to think about everything that's happened before now and think that hell no, man, to trust these motherfuckers, I don't want to go back to that. I'd rather kill them. You know, I'd rather just kill them all. And
take the chance, or I could, not have to worry about it ever again.
yeah, we see it. Attack on Titan, that was the same conversation. Do we understand that? That was the same exact conversation. That was the same conversation. They're never going to leave us alone. Might as well get rid of them all. We can't mend fences with them. They'll ultimately try to take us out because they're intimidated. We just might as well just get rid of them all. That was the conversation. It's just it's sort of human nature in a way. Who creates this? You think animals were out there creating a whole hierarchy and food chain and all this type of bullshit? You know what I'm saying? Apex this and all this type of shit like that. There are animals out there that we still discovered over the years that will pretend they're prey to lure prey in to get them. You know what I'm saying? There's other things that have way unconventional methods. There are plants that eat birds. Seriously, folks, please, folks. I just want to make sure that you wrap your mind around what's really going on in this world, so you can understand this whole thing. Like, there are plants still that eat birds. Understand that. Just please. I just need you to get that. There are plants that will mimic the sounds of birds to draw them in so they can take them. Just please understand that. I just need you to understand that this whole thing, and they're not out there drawing up some hierarchy of this is who the apex predator is, and this is who, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's funny you say that, and yet vegans think it's not cruel to eat plants. You dumb fucks. There's plants out there smarter than you.
Plants eat meat. Like it's like you say, oh my god, I'm a vegan. I don't eat. Plants do.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
Your main food source. Some of them eat meat. They hunt things. It's like, are you crazy?
Through evolution, through thousands of millions of whatever the fuck he is, have figured out what's good for them and what works. And then they're like, oh, my morals. They just do what needs to be done. And they even get them the sustenance they need.
They develop a strategy that is so creepy. They develop a strategy where they sound like hummingbirds to draw them in. That's crazy as fuck. That's crazy as fuck. Like, that is just like, that's wild. But I'm just saying. But they're not. But the ultimate thing, they're not out there drawing up this thing of who's who and what's what. It's just the way things go out there. And so it's the humans that draw this up of who the apex predator is, who's the top of the food chain, because it's their main concern. And that's why everything is always about control. That's why I think Batman is an enduring legend as far as superheroes go, because he's not really a superhero, but he has a great intellect and mind and a lot of money. He's a great reflection on humanity as a whole. Because because you want to know why I say that? Can you guess why I say that the most, Damian or Charles? Can you guess why I say that the most? It's more than the money. It's more than the money. It's more than the intellect and the arrogance and that type of thing. But there's one important detail about Batman that I feel like reflects humankind overall, especially the more arrogant. This land is my land. We built this, that type of. There's one special thing about Batman that I feel like really reflects humankind. Do you know what that is?
The shock repellent spray.
His endurance.
You guys stumped. You want to try? You want to keep going a couple more times, or you want me to just go at it?
His way with the ladies.
No, pretty good, but no. Yeah, a lot of guys really aren't that social. They are like great, but but
Too
yeah.
many little bats are out there where the women have had to sign NDAs saying they wouldn't sue for alimony
Oh my god.
and paid off. So many little bats.
Oh my god. Who knows? But actually, it's Batman's it's Batman or Bruce Wayne's library or arsenal where he's where he's researched and developed ways to defeat and kill all of his super friends.
Oh, that's right, because he has a strategy on how to take care of each of his teammates in the Justice League if any of them ever went evil. Yeah. He has a plan for each and every one of them if any of them ever went rogue.
And that's and that's
Yeah.
and that's where Batman reflects humanity, and I'm saying really as a reflection of humanity as a whole. Because while he stands for justice and everything like that, he still gives a side eye to these people who are still contributing in the same way, to saving humanity, but he still gives them a side eye, like, if I ever need to take you out for any reason, I need to make sure I'm able to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Love you and think you're the best. Love what you do. Just in case you're a shit dick.
just in case I need to assert myself. Just in case I need to assert myself and do what I need to do, and you're not going to stop me. So I need to make sure that I got what to stop you.
I need to look into what his strategies are for taking out his teammates on the Justice League.
It's not about strategy. It's about knowing and developing what their weaknesses are. It's about knowing their weaknesses, having his $1 billion R&D start developing strategy on, start developing things on how to use that against them.
Superman's just like watch any
spears.
given fight. Any given fight that Superman's in with a major villain, Kryptonite will pop up somewhere during that. You'd be like, oh, okay, it's the Green Rocks. That was easy. Just make them into bullets or something, or a spear.
But you know what? You're right. It would be interesting
and make sure that you ask him about his mother, Martha.
Yeah, I was thinking that before.
But it would be.
What did you say, Martha? That's my mother's name. That's my mother's name too. Let's be friends.
But it would be interesting to see what strategy he developed for Wonder Woman, though. It would be interesting to see what what he felt like is a thing that
take off the suit, put on some cologne, and use that Bruce Wayne charm to, I don't know.
It would be, like I said,
orgasm to death. I don't know.
It would be. I think they should. If they haven't, I'll just say it like that. If they haven't, that they should develop a comic in detail like that. I mean, really in detail. There's got to be some way.
I mean, because like the amount of
it's got to be something like Batman versus
scenarios and stuff, like what if type things, whatever the DC equivalent is.
They should have maybe they should have a Batman versus series where where they have an exclusive comic, comic that deals with him basically going at each member of the Justice League and seeing what his strategy turned out to be.
Because Superman right up there, like it's simple. Wonder Woman less simple. Aquaman. I mean, Aquaman just beat him and let him drown, I guess.
Oh.
Flash. The Flash. I guess just.
When it comes to the Flash, I think break his legs, maybe.
Okay, what about Native American Ant-Man? What about Native American Ant-Man?
Oh, that chief guy.
Yeah,
wasn't that a Hanna-Barbera thing or something?
That wasn't the Justice League. I was a kid. That wasn't Justice League.
Trying to think because he was in Harvey. Because they had him in Harvey Birdman. Maybe. So I remember him popping up in Harvey Birdman, which was like all Hanna-Barbera stuff, but it could be.
Because I swear to God, because I would watch the animated Justice League, and it was like because everybody sort of like had their antithesis on a Legion of Doom. So his antithesis was a 50-foot woman.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Because like
I'm
they,
sure
they
you're probably right, but yeah, I'm just
like in
thinking
the,
of Harvey Birdman.
that's weird, but it's so weird that they don't go back and talk about that though. Like they had a supervillain that was pretty much the 50-foot woman, like Attack of the 50-foot woman.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was like, but she could like she isn't always giant. She could change herself and make herself giant like he could, but he used more like Native American magic to do it. He would sprinkle this dust and he would make this chant and then he would grow and then he would basically become giant and everything
Yeah,
like that. But then I don't know how she would do it, but she wasn't always giant, of course. But and then there was Manta Ray, of course, that was what I'm saying, that was different, what I'm saying, for Aquaman. And
Yeah.
I forgot everybody. Of course, was it reverse? Was it always Reverse Flash? Was it always Reverse Flash that was the enemy?
I think so.
Well, I mean, the Flash
Was
had several like main like speedster villains. Reverse Flash, aka Eobard Thawne, was like the main one, but
so then
it
he would be
wasn't.
so then he would be in the Justice because mainly when you talk about the Legion of Doom, you got it like this, like all the main elite guys that was like
Yeah.
directly. So like Bizarro Superman was in there. I mean, even though he was a dullard, but he was still like he's a dullard that you can hardly kill except for Kryptonite. Right?
Well,
Because
actually, when it came to Bizarro
I think it,
Superman, didn't Kryptonite make him stronger?
yeah, see Bizarro Superman,
it's got it.
Yeah.
Bizarro. But then what would fuck him up then? So I guess the shit that would help that was good for
You
Superman.
give him a tale of two cities or something. He'll be trying to figure it out for hours. Just lock him up. It'll take him a
Well, I mean,
lifetime.
remember, sunlight makes Superman stronger, so wouldn't sunlight make Bizarro Superman weaker?
Hmm.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you would think so.
Because, I
By the
mean,
logic.
Bizarro Superman is supposed to be like a polar opposite of Superman.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
he can artificially produce. Was it solar flares? That might knock him out.
Yeah, just like that time when they gave Superman a new superpower called Solar Flare. And,
Oh, really?
yeah,
They actually gave that to him?
yeah, they gave him a new superpower like about 10 years ago called Solar Flare, where he would expel like all of his energy and it would like create like this massive like blast that would level like, I don't know, miles, and it could create like massive amount of damage. And
Because
he would only use that ability as a last resort going up against like a very powerful enemy like Doomsday level in power. And the only way to regenerate his power is to go back to the sun to replenish his energy.
yeah, like I don't know if it was in the comics, but I'm just thinking of Smallville when like there was one episode where there was some solar flares and his powers just went fucking nuts. Like he just couldn't control shit anymore.
That
It
was
was
the
always like,
episode where they revealed that his powers were tied to the sun.
yeah, and those solar flares, like it, I guess it powered him up too much or something, and he just couldn't control himself.
That was actually the episode that introduced Perry White too.
Huh. I
Yeah.
want to say that was somewhere midway through ish, maybe
Yeah,
slightly earlier.
Perry White showed up in Smallville and witnessed Clark's powers going haywire, but Perry White was currently being an alcoholic, so he thought he was hallucinating due to the alcohol. So he didn't really believe
Yeah,
his own eyes.
and thank
Yeah.
God for convenience.
Yep. Because Perry White had witnessed Clark's super speed going haywire when Clark was just trying to walk away from Perry White out of frustration because Perry White was like investigating something and Clark was a witness
Yeah,
to something and Clark was like, I don't want to talk to you. So he like stormed away out of frustration. And then all of a sudden his super speed just triggered and he just started running super fast and he couldn't control it. And Perry White saw the whole thing and he just like his eyes widened and he looked at his flask And he was like, "Nope," and just tossed it over his shoulder.
It's like without seeing it in live action, it sounds like something out of an old cartoon or something.
Yep.
Like he looks at his flask and like rubs his eyes, goes, "Duh."
Oh
I
man,
gotta
I
put this
missed that
down.
show. I need to watch it again. I loved Smallville, except for season 4 or 5, whichever the season was where they turned Lana Lang into a witch.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly.
I can't remember what season that was, but that season sucked.
Yeah, like there was probably a couple seasons really that weren't so great. Like I think that's why I kind of stopped watching it for a little while. It was a season that was kind of meh to like in the latter half of the show, and then I sort of powered through, and eventually it picked up and got great again.
Yeah. The middle of the show's run kind of is where it fell off, and it's kind of a bit of a chore to get through. But then around season 6, I want to say, is where things start to pick up again.
Yeah, and then like it finished very strong.
Oh, well, when they introduced Darkseid, I'm sorry. I can't get over the fucking CG Darkseid, man. That stuff is so.
Darkseid was played by that guy, Sam Witwer, right?
No, Sam
No, he
Witwer
played Doomsday.
He
Never
played
mind.
Doomsday,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I thought was dumb. I thought that was so fucking dumb.
Yeah, that was pretty weak. I really liked that guy as an actor, but
Now, Sam Witwer is a great actor. He is. He's very good in pretty much everything he does. But what they did to Doomsday in that show was so stupid.
they really
Oh, oh,
trivialized it to a point. Like Doomsday is like the guy, basically.
he's the guy that killed Superman.
Yeah, literally, quite literally.
Yeah.
Well, sorry to break in like this, guys. I just want to make sure that while we're still here and still talking, because I think that's what I want to do now. Kind of every once in a while play moderator and not so much say we should move to the next one, but just say as long as we're talking and having the conversation that we're having.
Stop talking about Smallville, you nerds.
No, are we good? Are we good with this one? Because we can still talk about what we're talking about, but I just want to make sure that any comments that I make, are we still making them about? Are we still making them about? Saying Dawn, or are we going to start making them about war now while we're still having our other conversations?
We can move on to
pretty
war
much covered
already.
going. Yeah.
Okay. Because I at least want to say about that war, it definitely went there after, when they transitioned to war from that point, it definitely went there to more like it became this thing that became a little bit more real. Like feeling like the concentration camps and things like that.
Yeah, we spend 40+ minutes in a prison.
Yeah. And it really just it got more, I say more real, more reflective. It definitely it got more reflective in ways. And it's just like it. And Woody Harrelson also, again, another guy, very powerful performance in my view.
It's always nice to see him play the bad guy because you don't see it that often, really. I mean, I haven't seen all of his movies, but I can't think of that many times when he's.
But this guy, see, this guy is who Woody's becoming lately. But I think that's who Woody always tries to be. Like, even when Woody's, it's almost like even like take for example, like Now You See Me. Like it got to a point where Woody had to. Never seen Now You See Me, or
not sure.
The Magic, the Magic movie that Woody Harrelson was in.
I've seen them. I've seen both of them.
And see, it got to a point with Woody Harrelson is that they had to create like a twin brother for him so that he can kind of play. They can kind of split the whole thing of who Woody Harrelson is, like a very good-hearted person. A foundation, very good-hearted, very humorous, but then you got the humorous guy that doesn't care about you, that only cares about himself and will take you down and will, you know what I'm saying, and will laugh in your face as he's doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like they had to split his personalities to create a twin brother for him that was so they could kind of see, like, because that's how he can play it. And even when he's like as one person, he can play this person that's like he's heartfelt and you feel him, and he comes from a real place, but he's very fucked up. And because he's very heartfelt, when he feels upset, that, you know what I'm saying, that vengeance, that venom comes from a real place too. And he doesn't have any pause about it because he is also very, you know, is also very heartfelt from him. So it's like that's kind of what I got from him in this movie. I don't know if you know, especially when he gave his backstory and what got him here. It just feels like that's kind of like what he always does. Like even in you know, natural born killers, it was just like,
I was gonna say, Natural Born Killers is you almost see his entire wheelhouse in that movie. That character is like, it's pretty much, yeah. It's there's so many fucking facets to that character.
very much so. And
You get pure psychopath. You get kind of goofy. You get like, yeah. There's so much.
romantic,
Mickey Knox.
romantic, very, you know what I'm saying, romantic, caring. He really felt like he was saving her. And I mean,
Yeah.
and if what was depicted was, I mean, was true in that situation, he was, but they didn't have to keep going in the way that they did. But but it was like that's the whole psychosis of it. But at the heart of him, he was very caring. He cared about her a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, all of that was just not about him being completely bloodthirsty, but you know, it's just like he really gives you that greater level of conflict as a character. Like, do I not like this guy? I know I'm not supposed to like this guy and everything he's doing, but you know that this guy is coming from a really heartfelt. I mean, it's just weird. Like I say, it's weird that position that Woody Harrelson puts you in. I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
What do you think, Shade, for Thade? If you're here,
I'm sorry, what?
I was just trying to get your takeaway from of Woody Harrelson's, role here on, on War. I just wanted to, like I said, I just felt like that he really gives that good conflict once again, where, I mean, you definitely get the sense that he's the bad guy, but it's almost like he's willing to be the bad guy because of what he feels like, is happening. And he really gives you good conflict in this situation. Like, not conflict the rule, but you kind of see the perspective that he's coming from in some ways. But you feel like the methods are really fucked up, and he gives you really great conflict in this movie, I felt like.
Yes, I thought Woody Harrelson's performance in the movie was really well done. I thought he was a great villain. I thought his interactions with Andy Serkis as Caesar was just great. And yeah, I thought it was great. And I thought the climax at the end of the movie, where we see what happens to the Colonel, Woody Harrelson's character, was very, like, I thought it was poetic justice. I did. I thought it was poetic justice.
But I don't know. I mean, when you hear that backstory though, and you feel like, but I mean, the whole work camp thing, it's like like a lot of it, he really pushed it. He really pushed your conflict, because it's like he's having them build this wall, having them build it, his fortress against other units that are looking to take down his command, and so I guess further protect him in their subjugation ultimately, because he doesn't plan on letting them go, or ultimately, I guess they all felt like he planned on killing them eventually. I guess that was always the bigger sentiment, that
everyone except Donkey. Donkey just didn't get it until pretty much the very last moment.
It's not 10.
You think so? That he really didn't believe that he was going to kill them. That he was going to kill everyone, all of them.
If he did, like some believe it at least on some level, he hit it pretty well. Because Caesar straight up said it to him, and he was very much like, "Shut up, stupid."
Oh, 'cause I at least felt like from him, he felt like I'll figure out my way to survive, regardless. You know what I'm saying? That's what he felt like. That I would, you know what I'm saying? I'll figure my way out of this, you know, and everything like that. That's what I was kind of getting off of him. Like, okay, yeah, you can keep telling me that, but I'm gonna figure my way out of this. You know, you guys are just kind of completely hemmed up and at their mercy, but I'm gonna figure my way out of this. I'm helping them. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna figure my way out of this.
I've worked my way in, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna figure my way out of this shit though. You may not, but I'm gonna figure my fucking way out of this. You know. So yeah, that was kind of that's kind of the takeaway I was getting from those interactions. But
Man, the dude with the crossbow who was in the opening scene,
Preacher. His name is Preacher.
Preacher, okay. Preacher, the guy who assaulted Caesar's, what do they call it, a trench or their wall, whatever, the stud, then got captured, released by Caesar. I kind of expected more from him towards the end of the movie. But then when it came to it, he was definitely ready to just put Caesar down. And ultimately killed Caesar.
I mean, and
it was his crossbow bolt that put an end to it.
And I think that was a great thing that they were doing. That was the constant thing. It's like almost every interaction where Caesar was trying to appeal to their good sense. He was appealing to both the gorilla and to Preacher. To try to see
they misdirected you with that as well. Like they pretty much every time they would show like a shot of him where he's kind of looking like, oh yeah, maybe he's got a point or something like that. You know, like he was considering what he was saying.
It was just that kind of like you started to wonder. For me, I started to wonder which one of them would, you know what I'm saying, would have that, you know what I'm saying, would have that conscious build up and do something about it. Which one of them would but that was a thing. You just never knew which one of them would make that break. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that he would make the break. I didn't expect it to go that way. I really didn't.
Fucking moment when Caesar's on the ground, Preacher's got the crossbow aimed like he's about to pull that trigger and then just gets blown the fuck up by Donkey. God damn, that was good.
Yeah, that.
I literally said out loud, yeah, take that, you fuck. Kill Caesar.
And he
Ultimately
did that. I guess he did that knowing that it would happen. I mean, that's why he kind of just. I think he would try to escape. I think he would try to escape or do something, but he just did that as a moment to show him, you know, that he's not like that. But I mean, and then gave his life. I mean, I figured he would try to at least you know, he's a gorilla. I figured agile. Swing way down, try to escape, do something.
Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Yeah, the way I guess the way they sort of show it in slow mo, it's almost like it was probably a very quick thing. But
but he should know that.
You still got to think he knows there's a guy behind him.
I will be right back.
No problem. The guy keeps fucking with him and shit like that, and you know, saying getting on his nerves. Yeah, I mean, he knows that, but I think it was just more of that moment. Like he knew he was right, and he knew that this was just a moment to at least do something, you know, do something to help, because they probably wouldn't let him go, and they probably would kill him and everything like that, and you know, so he just wanted to make that last moment, that last act. You know what I'm saying, and as a sacrifice to help him move forward and everything like that, because otherwise he's agile. He should have been able to get to jump off that thing, swing down, and at least try to find some cover, at least,
or even just a fucking backhand would have sent that dude flying.
That too, that also, you're right about that too. I just at least say at least to make a dynamic. I guess I was thinking instinctually at least to make a dynamic move to get the hell out of there to have because somebody else is not shooting at you again. You know what I'm saying? Once you knock him away, it's like at least okay, I've done this. Let me swing and get the hell out of here. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? Start getting somewhere to try to find some cover. You know, but like I said, I think
But
it was
yeah,
just one.
I was trying to wonder, like, did he? Well, now that I think about it, like he definitely had enough time to react, I think. So do you think that was him sort of accepting his death as I guess like I deserve this kind of like for betraying my people sort of thing?
I kind of felt that. I kind of felt that a little bit. I have to admit.
So it was funny, like for a character you fucking hate throughout most of the movie, like you despise that character. It's actually quite a sad death. Just like, oh, damn.
It was just
Within
like
the space of like 30 seconds, goes from
because
being I fucking hate this piece of shit to oh damn.
and you rarely see that, and you rarely see that situation. You know, that's why it was better. That's why I like in Django. That's why I like in Django Unchained, for example. It was better to have Jamie Foxx play the role of the black slaver than to have an actual person who was a black slaver be in that, you know what I'm saying, be in that moment. You know, you get to see what that was like, but you don't have somebody who's really doing it for them and into it, doing it. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
you know, because you know because you want to see them because you already got Samuel Jackson eventually who'll be who he's going to be and everything like that and so on and so forth. So you only need so much of that, you know. And it was like, so at least you got to see all of the, you know, so you got to see all of the parts, all the different little nuances that went on there. So I mean, it's just, yeah, because a lot of times you're not going to see that grand of a gesture or a situation where somebody turns over like that or it makes a great sacrifice in that way, you know, in some way, you know what I'm saying, to basically help someone or save someone's life or further a situation like that. So, you know, it was great to have something like that happen. You know, you kind of wish that the person would have. You kind of wish that the eight would have just kind of, hey, look, try to get out there, try to make amends, but you know that type of thing is going to be hard. You know,
Yeah.
I guess you feel like that type of thing is going to be extremely hard, but I mean, I say still give it a try. You know, you save Caesar's life. I think that would definitely take a lot of steps towards, you know what I'm saying, towards positive mending.
Step in the right direction for sure. Yeah.
You know, so, you know, but you know, I think for the story, for the moment, for everything, I think it was just a very pivotal, monumental moment that to have that happen and it go that way. So, you know, you hate to have it, and I think that's the thing, you know, but like, wow, you know, what a great sacrifice, not only saving his life, but, you know, I don't know. Would that have been?
It's amazing that with pretty much, while slightly more, or fairly more intelligent, well, sometimes slightly, with still mostly just apes, they've made a much more touching human story with this than the Avatar movies did. It feels so much more real.
Because I mean, because
like they're pretty much blue cat people, whereas these are still mostly just apes, but it still feels like a more coherent. I want to say human, but you know, like it's a much better story.
Because it just seemed, because even in the division, because even in Avatar 2, with the division between these particular,
The Water Ricans? I love that so much.
Oh my god, yes. And then the Water Ricans, and was it? And I think they also said the Blue Jamaicans. Did I say that too?
I think so. Yeah.
Because they all had like the dreadlocks and whatever. Yeah, I'm just like, okay, but I'm just saying it's like the division seems so petty and surface. Like even more. I mean, now let's just be honest. Like certain divisions and people being different and races and things like that. That's still petty and superficial in its own right. But in Avatar, it seemed even more than it seemed even a little bit more superficial and just come on. There's like no
Just
meat
very,
here.
like very, yeah, it was very surface level.
Yeah, there's no real reflective story being shown here really, except for those really lackluster, what I'm saying, issues that people still want to try to cling to, if anything. But this one here it deals more in a still like human rights issue, like the experiments and the chemicals forced people to sort of deal with apes in sort of like a human rights situation, in a way. We almost have to kind of discuss it in more like a human rights situation because they seem so like us, just kind of making a reference to that old sort of documentary thing, it's just,
All right,
it's
I'm
just
back.
like, oh,
Welcome
good to
back.
have you back.
Yeah.
But it's just like I just feel like that's what bring like I think that was the initial purpose of the movie itself was to kind of deal with humanity as we are, how we deal with the animal world and things like that, how we deal with like what we view as human, what we view as viable or thinking entity, how we treat that, how we treat each other. And things like it's a lot of things at play going when they first started doing these movies. That kind of deals with just how we see ourselves, how we see other things, animals, things like that. I mean, what would we do if we had in if we made alien contact and they were trying to talk to us and everything like that? How would we it kind of plays into a lot of different conversations of like, what would we do? How would we react? Are we the fucking savages? you know like doing
It really
like no
does.
matter
Like,
what like no matter what happens in this world, we're just ready to go to war. Is that what the fuck it is? What I'm saying? Like you kind of it kind of gives you questions. Like, what do you guys think?
yeah, it really it does show just how fragile the balance is.
Okay, that is very true. Also, great point.
Can I present a question to you guys?
Please.
Okay. So after the simian flu had ravaged most of the human population, and the
Yeah.
only human population that's left are those that are genetically immune,
Hmm.
what happened to the astronauts in the International Space Station?
Yeah, they're up there, very, very slowly going through
Because that's a
rations.
part of the original story, right?
It was, yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it now. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, got it. Because they really lean back into that with the Mark Wahlberg led one. Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, I remember
Well,
that.
didn't they hint at it in Rise?
Did they?
I
Just
don't
one of
remember. I don't remember that.
just one that was like, or at least a nod to like.
I don't see how. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to see how. Not to say that but I'm struggling to see how they would give a nod to that in that way.
Or it might have been. It was like I remember noticing something. I don't know. Was it like a prototype of the, or like a?
Oh, like maybe they showed a ship or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm fairly sure there was a little like probably not more than an Easter egg, really. I guess now that I think about it, but I remember noticing something. I just can't remember what the fuck it was.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, okay,
And I was saying to
yeah.
Charles before you were gone,
Okay.
actually, but I thought the next one was going to lead on more because Nova, the little girl in this movie,
Yeah.
Nova is the woman that Charlton Heston met in captivity in the original movie.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
So I thought the next one was going to kind of like, I thought she was going to be more of a thing in the next movie.
Hmm.
But no,
I
there's three centuries have passed, so
Well, I mean,
she's
before we knew that the next movie was going to be a 300-year time jump, I thought that Freya Allen's character was going to be a grown-up version of that character, Nova.
yeah. Like it seemed like they were setting her up for something.
Yeah, but it turns out that Freya Allen's character is going to be a woman by the name of May. So, yeah. It's not Nova, unfortunately.
I
No.
just I think the main thing about it that they wanted to do where they shifted in this series, I think it was more about the created conflict based on that's why I say that Rise was more of a canvas, more of a foundation that everything else will be painted on, because it was more about, okay, look, we're not going to do this thing where the guy kind of lands and he thinks he's landing in some other crazy place or whatever, or but it's really Earth and this has happened, and things like that. It's like, okay, we're just gonna go ahead and set it up. This is what happened. This is how they came to be, and now we're going to lean more into the more human element and conflict of it. No one's gonna be savages. No one's gonna do this whole thing, but eventually there's gonna be conflict because they want what they want and we want what we want, and there's always gonna be that conflict. But then there's a situation where where now they've wiped out a lot of the enemy set of the situation. When war happened, as we know, the avalanche, when they finally take a lot of,
at that moment, I was thinking, God damn, there's a lot of people left, or at least, particularly in this one moment. And then, a couple of minutes later, oh no, there's not. They're all gone.
That's what happens a lot. I think that when it comes to these type of movies, I think the common thread that I'm starting to feel like is that it's a big world. And so in the area that you're in, you could feel like, wow, it's just like this. And this is but then you have other pockets and other places where people are still, it's like it always kind of happens like that, where it's like, they're not completely, it's hard to feel like that everybody would be completely wiped out in a certain situation. Like, even with nuclear, like it's even suggested that even in a nuclear conflict, like not everyone will be completely wiped out for whatever different reason, be it bomb shelter, be it whatever.
Yeah.
But not everyone will be completely wiped out.
I think to drop enough nukes to wipe everybody out, you'd probably destroy the planet.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so I think so. It's always this thing of why you think in your majority area that okay, we've gotten an account of the people who are and who aren't, but you can't, but you still cannot account for everything that's going on around this whole entire world. And that was the same thing in Attack on Titan. Like look, I've never seen an animated series. It truly is. Attack on Titan is. I'm sorry. I think I have to officially say this. Probably it's the best animated show ever made.
I don't know if it's exactly my number one, but it's up there.
It's just when you could go back and reflect back to that and say that's the same thing that they were. They had no idea about a whole other world that was out there that was going on. And they were living like this, and it was a whole other world.
Just a boat right away. Just a boat right away.
Like,
or a Zeppelin right away, whichever. Whatever you had access to.
it's just so crazy the stuff that still gets unwrapped about that damn animated show. It's crazy. It's just crazy what still gets unwrapped about that show. I just think it's I've never dealt with an animated show, anime or whatever, that was as complex as this damn show was. I gotta say, I mean that was pretty just like wow.
Oh yeah, like when we were first starting it, I figured I'd enjoy it. I didn't realize I was going to love it as much as I did.
I knew you guys would. I knew you guys could appreciate the layers. I'm a person that's really big on layers, man. When it comes to certain things, like because that's what's going to keep it alive. If you want to be able to give credence to anime and animated shows, those shows especially, they definitely got to have layers to it. They definitely got to have something that brings, what I'm saying, that brings substance to everything that's good, all that dynamic stuff, all the mind-blowing things that are going to happen. You still got to have something that really keeps it balanced, keeps it kind of grounded, in a way that really can kind of pull people in to really thinking and having a conversation about some of the stuff that's going on and the meanings behind it and everything like that. That's what really keeps the interest going and stuff like this. So it's just really this is really just weird how they just bring so many elements to and so many different movies and things like this. It's really, like I said again, kudos once again to Attack on Titan. I'm so glad that we got to see that, as long as it took, and getting through it. I mean, definitely. But as far as
And best of all, they didn't shit the bed on the ending.
I guess not. Know what? I'll say yeah. I'll agree with that. Even though I feel like
Was it perfect? No,
no,
but
it wasn't.
they could have really as I said, they could have really shit the bed with that one.
Aaron being right wouldn't have made it perfect either. But it would have been. I think it would have been a vastly different ending than we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, could you imagine? Could you imagine what the aftermath of Aaron's solution would have been if it had been fully carried out? Like, what would have been the scene? What would have been the conversations? What would have been the moving on? Like I've never seen anything go that far and deal with the aftermath of that decision. I've rarely seen it. I don't think I've ever seen it like to that degree.
No, I don't think so.
Like, I wonder, like, what do you guys even think? What do you guys even think it would have been like?
Well, I mean, I think that pretty much all that would have been left would have been the Eldians.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what I'm saying is, like, what would the scene have been like? What would the conversations have been? What would the moving on, would have been for them, and things like that. To kind of like, what would be the unpacking of now? It is just us. Like, they've trampled through this whole entire planet, and it's just us. What is the moving on from that point? So what are the conversations like between them and within those people that, like, because I've never, like I said, because I just kind of think about it myself, because I've never seen, like, I've always wondered, like, what would I write when it came to a situation like that? Like, they couldn't stop it. He let it go. They trampled through everything. It's just them. Like, what is the moving on? Do they stick together? Do they make their own world? Is just theirs to kind of just or like, what would have been the thoughts? Like, what would I have written?
Because I feel like there's at least a sect of those people that would have been like, let's just go back to life as we knew it before. I'm kind of scared of what's out there.
That is a thought. I'll say that. That is a thought.
Like, because you get conditioned to living in such a vast area. Still, ultimately a confined area compared to the whole world. But I feel like there's definitely, at least a portion of people who'd be like, I don't want to venture out there. I just want to, sell bread or whatever the fuck I was doing before.
I mean, and especially if the inner area wasn't completely destroyed, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Back there, you probably could just go back there and just live out your
Let's
days
just-
there
yeah.
early.
Yeah, let's just, we'll rebuild the walls with non-Titan materials. Just because I like those walls. There's something about them that's comforting.
And yeah, just no Titans, please. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hold
Can we
Titans.
We'll just use some bricks, so anything else.
But yeah, that's just but yeah, just again, I still, I mean, maybe we could debate that one day. What could compete? What could possibly the question that we I guess we'll put a pin in and try to answer, possibly, if there is an answer, of what animated show or anime could possibly be better than Attack on Titan. Now, pop quiz. Do you guys have one that comes to mind that you feel like that could compete for that number one spot? Do you have one?
Digimon.
Seriously?
No.
I mean, I watched Digimon when I was in high school. I mean, I enjoyed it, kind of.
That's not the point. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, I didn't watch that much.
I enjoy
anime.
Yu-Gi-Oh, but I don't think it's better than I don't think it's better than
It's
Attack
time
on
to
Titan.
duel. Jesus Christ!
When I was a kid, I think I even was it Digimon? There were those little square things. You had to keep it alive, like a calculator level display, pretty much.
Okay. Let me say
Remember
this.
those things?
Yeah, I'm. Say that again. Say that again. Let me think about that. Say
It was
again.
like a
Are you
little
talking,
square
are you
thing with.
talking about those Tamagotchi things? The little.
Okay, yep.
toys?
Never mind. Yep, yeah. That's what I was
Okay.
thinking of.
Yeah.
So let me ask
I
you
had one of
this.
those for a little while, and I quickly grew to hate it and never used it again. This is kind of cool. I fucking hate this. Fuck this thing. No batteries for you.
Every once in a while, I did have a digital dog, but it's another story. Digital dog, right?
No.
So
It
the
doesn't
same
ring a
thing
bell.
but different.
Look, I mean, I did not have a
You-
Tamagotchi. I didn't, but I mean,
Is that what they call that?
I think it was called a Tamagotchi. Yeah.
Where you just kind of raise and train a dog on a little thing. That's what they call
It
it.
looked like a little egg on a
Oh,
keychain.
so that's what they call that. Okay, my bad.
It
Sorry.
was,
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
it was,
I'm repeating. Okay,
it was a
my bad. I didn't know.
Tamagotchi, but,
I never knew they were really called that.
hell, I didn't even have a fucking Furby. But then
Let me-
again, Furbies were the spawn of Satan. So yeah.
Well,
let
yeah.
me let me let you guys. I want to consider this: is Voltron or the Voltron reboot? I mean, is that great? Is either one of those great enough to compete?
I haven't watched
Never
them,
seen
so I
either,
can't.
so I'm not sure.
I can't. I don't have an opinion.
Never saw Never saw either
No,
iteration of Voltron.
I take it back. I've probably seen maybe 2 episodes of the original.
Okay, well, you certainly seen like the gun, what I'm saying, the Gundam series at a certain point. It's pretty much
Well,
like
yeah, again, little bits and pieces. Yeah.
I'm familiar with Gundam, but I've never actually watched it.
Oh, Jesus, guys. So
I actually
so what-
I started a little while ago a proper watch through of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Okay. I can name all the anime that I have ever watched in my life right now just from memory.
But is there one just kind of pop quizzing right now that kind of answers this question maybe at a later time or maybe just later before we close out? But just see, do you have a one? Do you feel like is there one anime or animated show that comes to mind that you feel like could compete with Attack on Titan as like greatest animated show ever?
Of the anime that I've watched, no. of the anime that I've watched, Attack on Titan was easily the best.
Okay,
Yeah,
wow.
like
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
yeah. So far, what I've seen of Ghost in the Shell has been really good. I watched the movie and I started watching Standalone Complex, but again, it's very good, but it's yeah. I don't like Attack on Titan's just its own thing.
The only anime that I could say that came close to the same level of enjoyment that I got from Attack on Titan, maybe not the same level of quality, but the same level of personal enjoyment, would be Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, that was my first thought. Like, it's just yeah. Like, I guess it depends on what you're grading it on. I suppose.
Yeah.
honest for me, sneaky one. I mean, I'm not completely, but I really enjoyed it. So I mean, I'm not completely confident on it like that, but I just really feel like it's worth mentioning, like MTV's animated, version, Aeon Flux. I just
Never
really
watched
like
it.
that.
Yeah, no, never seen it.
Okay, and to make a comment to Sergeant and Greenleaf, most recent comment, if he's talking about that a cartoon called Reboot that was completely in CG, oh man, I loved that show growing up.
I thought you were gonna, the way you said, "Oh man," I thought you were going to say that's terrible.
No,
But I gotta
no,
say,
the Reboot cartoon was amazing growing up. I thought it was ahead of its time.
I'm not sure if I saw that or not. What was it about?
It was like it like took place inside of a computer, and like all like the different like people that existed in it were like I guess the best way to describe it were like programs, and the main character of the show was a guy named Tom or no Bob, and he was a guardian, and what he did is he protected the city inside the computer from like these like purple cubes that would come down, and inside these cubes would be like video games, and every time he would go inside these cubes, which are video games, he would have to fight what is known as the user. If the user wins the game, the part of the city that was affected by the purple cube gets damaged or destroyed. But if Bob, the Guardian, defeats the user, then the part of the city that was affected by the cube is unharmed or undamaged. And he has to
Oh,
keep
like,
like doing that every time. And it was a pretty interesting concept. And there were also two other villains in the show that was Megabyte and Hexadecimal, and they were viruses. And he would constantly be fighting them, and it was just a very interesting show.
yeah,
It
it
was
sounds good.
it was great. It was awesome. Unfortunately, I never finished the show because the TV channel that I watched it on, they stopped broadcasting it, and I had no other way to watch it, so I just wasn't able to finish it.
Yeah, I remember many shows like that.
Yeah,
Many shows back in the days
I
before I
even
figured out
I
how to
even
download
played
things or was able to buy things and so on.
I
oh,
even played the PlayStation 1 video game that was based off of this TV show. I played that. The game was somewhat fun. It was okay, but it wasn't great.
and look, guys, I would highly recommend, as far as animated stuff though, that you check out MTV's like mid to late '90s, efforts to put out like animated stuff. That shit was great. Like I say, with Aeon Flux, the Max. At that point, because I don't know, was it them or was it always Comedy Central that had the tick animated show? I thought it was MTV. Was it always Comedy Central?
I want
Don't
to say it was
remember.
always Comedy Central, but I can't be sure about that.
because I think I probably was watching them at the same time because I know I was watching a lot of animated stuff and a lot of innovative programming when it was like they was balancing. They still have music and it was balancing out with really cutting edge programming like Dead by 21. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
Heard of.
Pretty good though. I mean, really pretty good concept. I mean, but like I said, the Max was another one that I highly recommend. You watch Aeon Flux. I fucking love Aeon Flux. Fucking love that shit. Just fucking love the like.
Did you ever see the movie? Was it Shelley's Throne? I think was it. I think.
Yep, she was in it, and from what I heard, that movie was terrible.
It was terrible when you see people like when you see it, you'll understand. I've rarely seen like an animated or an anime type joint that was really, really gritty like that. The way it was, the way the graphics were, everything was just really gritty. It was like film noir in anime in a way, but action, but really futuristic action shit, but film noir type all at the same time in an animated type of situation. It was crazy.
It sounds like Ghost in the Shell.
But it was
Ghost in the Shell is very, very much the same kind of thing.
But
it's like cyberpunk, noir, fucking. Yeah, it's an interesting mixture of stuff.
But it's gritty. It's really the way they did it. It was like intentionally gritty, and it really makes it very, very unique in its way. Like I've never seen anything else that's come along that was like Aeon Flux. You know what I'm saying? The way they structured it, the way they did it, the interactions, just everything seems so like they're doing this for now in the 90s, but it seemed like this was like, did they do this like 20, 30 years ago? And they're doing, but it wasn't like, I'm not saying it in a bad thing, but it was so classic and weird. Like they had this whole idea before they did this and they're just putting it out now in the 90s. And it's like still awesome. But it was like, it was something they were doing new now. It was crazy the way they did shit. It was just so fucking crazy. And like, but enjoyable. And then the Max, that show was just something completely different. It was just like, wow. Like, it was like, it was completely. The Max 2X's, by the way, just so you'll notice, so you make sure you make sure you get the absolute distinction on that show.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was like I said, that stuff really great. Highly recommend that. But super horny. I mean, look.
I get it now. Stone was a young man. She'd be like, these animated titties. Mm-mm.
But she was but she was a man eater. She was a man eater though.
Well, like Species?
No, she was super horny. Like she liked she's a super agent. She's a, you know what I'm saying? She's this whole thing. So like James Bond, she likes to get it on. You know what I'm saying? Just this is the way it is, but she don't really want a relationship.
Here she comes. She's a man eater.
Oh, God, just look, folks. Hall has a restraining order on oats. Let's embrace it.
Is that a true fact?
It is. Seriously. It's true.
Things got that bad. Wow.
Things got that bad out of nowhere. It almost seems like the way it went public. You didn't hear there was any tension, and then all of a sudden you hear that Hall has a restraining order on oats. I'm like, wow. Yeah.
Jesus.
But I have to say, Aeon Flux, like I said, I highly recommend that. But yeah, she's sort of like futuristic female James Bond. So yeah, she gets it on with guys, but she's not seeking a relationship. It's not about love and things like that. That's her. So yeah, she was.
Does she greet people like this? She goes like, "My name is Flux. Go on, Flux."
No, she hardly speaks. Like she hardly speaks that much. Um, yeah, she's really hardcore, you know, and only
Well,
certain
I mean,
guys who
I'll admit this anime sounds interesting, so I might check it out at some point.
she doesn't speak. It's not that she doesn't speak or can't. She doesn't speak all that much. She's not a conversationalist, and it's like only certain guys who understand her or whatever, and she really kind of clicks with can like that's who she wants to be with at that moment. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how she is. She's not charming. She's not she's graceful in the way that that she can move around certain things and her
He just comes
athleticism,
up to
but
guys, just get that dick out, come and get the fuck out of here.
yes, I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
Her charm is in her like cold quietness in her ways, you know. Yeah, like that this is accurate. This is accurate.
Aeon Flux is the weirdest, strangest futuristic oddities show ever made.
She's very unique. She's very unique. She's not charming in the way I'm a talker, I'm a flirter, or anything like that. But certain guys who click and they get it, and then all of a sudden they have that moment where they start kissing or something like that. It's just just the way that she is, you know. Yeah, you guys, like I said, highly recommend the show. He's totally there, totally accurate. Highly recommend the show. And yeah, like I said,
Is there much of it, or
say again.
is there much of it?
I know. I want to say because see, it was more MTV derived, so it wasn't like I'm not sure if they were investing. And plus, I was like maybe about 17, so maybe like 17 or somewhere around there, maybe. And it was like they wasn't deriving it, I guess, to be like this thing that we were going to invest in for a couple of seasons. Maybe they were 2 seasons, maybe, but
Okay, 3 seasons and how many episodes? Come on now.
because I think they tried to revive at one point. So I think there may be a gap between that second and third season. I think, but
Okay, premiered on MTV's Liquid Television experimental animation show.
yeah.
A 6-part serial of short films, followed in 1992 by 5 individual short episodes. Came back in 1995 with a season of 10 half-hour episodes as a standalone series.
Okay,
Okay, so yeah, that's it. 21 episodes. Season 1 with 2 minutes each part.
Because it was more
Season
because
2
it was
3 to 5 minutes, and then season 3 was like your regular kind of like probably 22-minute length.
because it was like these things that they were working through certain things at first, like they were starting to experiment with it and was working it into certain things, and then that's when the whole section came in where they were doing the Max and Aeon Flux, and they were giving them more floor space. That's where it kind of started at, where it was like it was just more pop action oriented. She didn't speak too much, and I think they still developed that to where it was just less. It was still very succinct, less conversations, and what I'm saying, things like that. It was just, like I said, very well done. Like I say, maybe, like I said, maybe it's something for us to think on. But I would say this: you could, you guys take a moment, take a look at a couple of, at a couple of clips of things, and see where you are, and see if you really want to check it out, and maybe review the Liquid Television thing, as far as that goes. My, it's in my era a little bit. I know I got a few years on you guys, so that was more of like my era when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Oof, yeah, the movie was not reviewed well. The live action movie, 9% on Rotten Tomatoes, made $55 $52.3 million against a production budget of 55 to 62.
Like she was like, look, understand. Aeon Flux in the animated was made to be sexy, but it wasn't all about that. The sexiness was built. Yeah, you see the suits, you know what I'm saying? You see the suit, the outfit, the cleavage, and everything like that. But it was still just a certain slimness about her, coldness about her. You know, her charm was more in the fact of just how badass that she was, and just very matter of fact about things. That's what
So they
was.
got
That's what was
core sort of elements correct,
in some ways. But see, with
or at least
Charlize
with the
Theron,
character.
it should have been more. Honestly, I felt like it probably would have hit. It probably would have hit better if you had fucking. Oh God, if you had Trinity, probably should have been Aeon Flux.
What,
Okay.
Carrie Ann Moss?
Yes. Trinity, and maybe it may would have hit different if Carrie Ann Moss had been Aeon Flux. It probably would have hit a little different. And if they had made it more film noir type along with this clash of futuristic, because that's what Aeon Flux is. It's very much that way. It's not all futuristic. It has a very, very classic type of feel to it. Along with that, it's very iconoclast in a way. It's weird.
Well, so they stripped out the noir element.
I feel like they did in the movie. They made it a little more futuristic, and they felt like the Aeon Flux with Charlize Theron, they made her softer. She was prettier, and not to say that she wasn't pretty, but it's like Carrie Ann Moss pretty. Carrie Ann Moss should have played Aeon Flux. That's more of what I envision when I envision Aeon Flux. Honestly.
Because yeah, as much as I love noir, I mean, I love noir, but noir mixed with future stuff, I fucking like, Blade Runner or something like that. Like, it's such a perfect combination.
I mean, sure thing. I get it. I'm just
saying?
saying.
Let 2 hours in the past back then. Long in the tooth.
I get what he's saying about Carrie Ann, but I still say that it's kind of giving an example of like that's what my mindset feels like. Yeah, that's who I would feel like it would have hit a little bit different if you had someone like that in that role. Somebody who could really give that.
I've never thought about that before. She did look kind of like, even in the Matrix, she kind of did look oddly old, didn't she?
She
Well,
did.
Despite probably only being in her, I imagine, 20s.
It's just, see, that's when you're getting really, really slim. See, that's what people need to understand with sort of like that. Everything has to have balance. And that's what that whole like vegan lifestyle and everything like that. And then you're working out on top of that. You start to get really slim and really gaunt in some ways. And it doesn't always look the healthiest, because when you see her in Disturbia, she looks much better. She looks much better in Disturbia.
It's like, God, thank God someone finally gave her a meal.
Yeah, if you look at her in Disturbia with Shia LaBeouf, she and David Moore, she looks much better in there. Much better. Remarkably better. I mean,
I still don't understand how they're fat vegans. How does that happen?
meaty gravy. And let me. I just, cheesy broccoli. You know what I'm saying? It's vegan. It's vegan. I'm telling you. It's the flavoring. It's the other shit, bro. I'm trying to tell you. And
too full of hot air.
Too much of anything can pile on, man. Too much of anything can pile on. There are things that you think didn't have sugar or what I'm saying, or carbs in it that can really build you up in that bad way that do. And some people don't even realize it, that are in fruits and vegetables and the starches and the things like that. People don't realize it, so that's how sometimes it can happen, because people think, when people have a gorge yourself mentality, they don't understand how that they think, oh my God, I can be a vegan and gorge myself. No, you can't be a vegan and gorge yourself. Why? It's about a health. It's about healthy, fulfilling, sustained, living and nourishment. You still eat your food. You stop eating just because it's vegetables and tofu and all this stuff that made it seem like it's meat or things like that. I'm just gonna keep on eating. It's like I can do that now. We're vegans. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. Hungry vegan hippos is what you are. It's like shit. Seriously. Sit at the table and eat all the tofu pellets. Let's see who can get the most.
Like, just because you had that one bowl of vegan cheese covered broccoli doesn't mean you need the other two.
But it's vegan cheese. It's great. You know what I'm saying? But
It's like, I'm sure it is. No, I know for a fact it's probably not. But anyway.
Like, do you let me put it to you like this. Like, do you think it would have been better? Do you think any of these movies could have been better if kind of led from more of the human perspective? And,
no.
And its conflict with the apes. So you definitely feel like no. So you definitely feel
No,
like
I
that.
feel-
So you definitely feel like that way was a great change when it came to the installments.
Yeah, I think it was the perfect way to do things.
Okay. Hey Charles, what
And
about?
I was gonna say that the CG in these movies is almost, if not the best I've ever seen. There's certain times where I'm like, are these just really like amazing practical effects? Because it was so fucking real.
The CG in Rise, I could definitely tell it was fake.
Yeah, like there was definitely a big step up each time, but less so between Dawn and Rise.
Yeah, the CG definitely improved in Dawn and Rise. I mean Dawn and War. But in War, it was at times it was difficult to be able to tell what was real and what wasn't.
To see
it really was.
In that time frame, things were emerging. Things were, things were still always kind of evolving as far as that stuff went. Because when you started getting the motion capture and everything like that, then you realize what more you could do with it. How how more you could kind of place it and really make it work for you. It just started getting better. That's like I said, that's why I truly say that Rise was more like that canvas that everything else will be painted on. We're getting everything set up here. We still got some work to do. We still got those finishes and those things to work around. And we're gonna give you more of a masterpiece here as we go, as we go along. And that's where I mean. Now, while people may feel like the story and things of that nature may be, I mean, come on, man. I'm seeing the previews already. You're not gonna sit here and tell me that thing. I mean, they sat here and built, a true, a true fortress out there. It's like I'm almost interested in seeing how, how this whole thing plays out. I mean, it's just like quite a situation that's going on now, but again, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, of course. But I just feel like I agree with you, actually, that I do feel like taking it from their story with, like I said, I'm still breaking up, have to deal with the human element with the actual humans, but still kind of dealing in their journey and more of, and more of their interactions, kind of be more immersed, like we're there, like we get, and it's like every once in a while when we deal with the humans, we're more dealing with like, okay, here's what's going on the other side that they don't see. But now we go back to our camp with it, where the heroes are. It almost kind of felt that way sometimes, like we're entrenched in this camp, but sometimes we get to go and have a peek over there in the human side to see what they're planning, see what they're plotting now. Look what the humans are gonna do now, fucking with the apes again, that type of shit. So, but yeah, it was just I still say that I still feel like in war, I still look at it and feel like it was almost meant to symbolize that no matter what, that like human nature is human nature. And like you get an advanced, race of, of apes. And what do? Enslave them. We put them up on a rack for, for breaking something or damaging something and start whipping them. Everything like that. They'll get food and water when they finish the project. I mean, it's just like, like Jesus. It's more. It's just like, again, I think they all did that, but I think these series of movies really more played into the like they really did a reversal on this, because it was like you took the human journey of dealing with being a human would be like, and being in a world that would seem to be ruled by the apes, and they look at you as savages and everything like that, and you're trying to make your way, you're being looked down on and being treated this way, and it's like, yeah, and that worked, and it was powerful, but it was powerful for us to feel the way that we feel about being subjugated and feeling like we're not to be subjugated. But then they do a whole reversal, and they put these advanced apes in that position, and where they're constantly having to deal with this and still being looked at as savage. And then the thing that reverses is that we're being looked more like the savages. It's like when all else fails, we go back to old school oppression. You know what I'm saying? When all else fails in the world, you know what I'm saying? Old school oppression still sticks around. You know, nothing like
it's an age-old tradition.
Yeah, nothing like a whipping, nothing like a cage, whips, and threats. You know, they keep, you know what I'm saying? They keep society moving. You know. And you just kind of question your own humanity in that situation and everything like that. I think it was a great way to really kind of give a new perspective on this whole series. And that's how you're supposed to do. If you're gonna re-look into something that was already done, at least try to give it a fresh perspective that people can discuss on, and not just try to say we can make more dynamic blow-ups if we do it now. You know what I'm saying? Like.
But yeah, this is why it's been so fucking good, these movies, is because they haven't tried to just, I guess, do a modern version of the old movies. There's bits and pieces that they've sort of taken from certain movies and whatnot, and nods to things, but basically, yeah, it's its own thing, really.
It's a reversal. You're basically taking the journey. You're attached to the journey of the apes. Of the apes that basically were at the core of this thing when it first began. And in these first at least the last two movies, that's where you're taking that journey with them. Instead of like before, you're taking the journey with Charlton Heston and so on and so forth as he's trying to make his way through this world. You're now taking the journey with them now, and dealing with how the human element is sort of like looking and coming at them, and how their situation is. You didn't get to really see that in a way, like in that more heartfelt way that you see a lot in these series of movies. You know, you're more encamped and with them, and you get to see more of you get to see more of their, of course, human side, because they're human beings. So you get to see more of their more heartfelt side as they interact, as they're trying to make their way through and trying to survive. And you get to see that, and then all you get to see is the ruling and the, oh my God, these dirty, these savages, throw them away. You know what I'm saying? That's how you feel like. That's what it like. It's nothing to make people feel like they're the bad guys than to put a British accent on them. You know what I'm saying? On anything, most times. It's like, God, if you really want people to hate them, put a British accent on them. I'll let you know they're bad guys. Like all these apes have British accents. Oh God, what did he say? What did he say? Get him out of here! And I'm like, it's just like, oh my God.
These filthy humans don't even know how to throw their shit properly. Savages them all.
It's like, yeah. So it's like, I'm glad that they were able to kind of do a reverse, kind of take that down and kind of take us more on a journey with them and trying to figure out their situation, kind of bring more of a thinking debate on the whole situation. So overall, I like I said again, I'm enjoying it. I think I'm gonna take a chance and seeing the most recent movie and seeing Kingdom and just and making a judgment for myself on that.
And I was glad War didn't have as much of the war element. I was expecting it to be a lot more big, like, giant sort of, battle pieces. But I
It's
was
a
actually glad it didn't go that way.
metaphor.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
it's still definitely a war. Yes.
because
But
there
yeah,
were
I thought it was going to be, it was going to lean more heavily into big set pieces.
The war that they're talking about in the title, I always felt it was more of a personal war for Caesar, like a war,
Yeah,
like a
I can
one,
see that.
yeah, like a war that he decided for himself to go after the colonel for killing his family.
yeah, but I also felt like the war, as it were, when you have was still dealing with the aftermath of Caesar versus Koba, and as it were, the lingering followers that have either gone into hiding, or either have gone into sort of collaborating with with the human side
Yeah.
and things like that, and still kind of dealing with the fallout from that and trying to reclaim things, realizing what the plans were from certain people that were captured. Because there was still a war happening. Like when we come in on war, there are troops trying to bear down on certain on certain apes and everything like that. They're going at it. That's how they end up captured, because there's still a conflict going on. But basically it wasn't much of a war because they were having trouble finding Caesar and and their ultimate setup, their ultimate headquarters or whatever. And so still trying to prove and still trying to mend fences and prove that they're not savages and everything like that. They're still dealing with people that still want to take them out. And then that's where, and in the midst of all of this is where the colonel goes on his own mission, thinking that he's going to finally go ahead and take Caesar down and really cripple their resistance. And he takes out his family, which sends him on a vengeful mission that he sort of parallels to Koba, and feeling like that he's unable to escape the hurt that was basically dumped upon him, and sort of move on to a better solution and everything like that. But really the war was still the war, and basically because they got ambushed, they found a new place to be, and they were trying to get there, but they got but they were basically ambushed and taken, at that point. And so it's just and just it looks like I said, so we're just dealing with what we're dealing with at that point. So it was still a war. They were trying to get away and trying to distance themselves so they don't have to keep dealing with this. They were hearing the rumblings that they were trying to take him out and take the rest of them out. So they were just trying to find ways out, and they got ambushed on that. They were trying to, it's just it was a lot to it, to where there was definitely still conflict there, but it was dealing more about the human rights element of the situation, and just and animal cruelty, even at the set of that type of situation. So either way you want to slice it up, if you're saying that they were more human because of how developed and they're able to communicate, then there's a human rights element that has to be discussed also. It was mentioned in the movie that you could almost sort of put them as, in a way, human because of how developed they had become, or human
Yeah.
like, or humanoid, you could almost say, or whatever, but just saying, like, I just, it just really, so like I said, there was definitely a war and a conflict with people who still felt like, we're still trying to find a better way here. there's some that still feels like you guys don't get it, and we need to figure out a way to, to survive this situation. And but of course they thought that it would be like collaborating. If we collaborate, if we agree, if we sure that we're not trying to be a threat, then maybe we can get ourselves out of this. And there's still that conflict, that war of conscience, what's right, what's not right, a war within the war. So it was. So trust me, the war for the Planet of the Apes, there was definitely war there. There were definitely war elements, all through this movie for sure. But it focused a lot on the human rights of it, because that is the human rights of it. Those people who are POWs and who are inhumanely treated, tortured, they're supposed to be Geneva Convention rules that govern that. Hey, we're at war. We have conflict. We're at war, but we're not going to treat. But I've always felt like that was weird. Can you really do that? You're trying to kill whole cities and take people out, and you really think I got some of your people now. But we're going to give them nice full course meals, and we're going to treat them well. They're going to be housed, and they're going to take nice hot showers. They know we're going to kick them in the hole. You know what I'm saying? Every once in a while, we might piss on them. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. It's just, what I'm saying? This is war. I mean, I don't know. I've always felt like if we're trying to kill each other, and I actually grab some of you alive, you're gonna wish you were dead, I guess, or should I just go ahead and kill you? Is that the way it works? Because the Geneva Convention says I should just kill you then. You know what I'm saying? I don't keep you. I shouldn't keep you and just torture you and then maybe give you up later on. You know what I'm saying? Let you go later on, but I just go ahead and kill you then. Okay, but war. But trust me, there was definitely some elements of that in here, even to the concentration camp or the work camp or whatever you want to call that. So there was a lot of layers in this too. I definitely appreciated everything they brought here. This makes me at least want to give Kingdom a chance for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely going to be watching it.
So,
and I like that they added that little bit of comic relief with Bad Ape. So I was like, the entire movie, I was like, I swear I know that voice, and it turns out it's Steve Zahn.
Okay, all right.
Like, it was almost a little too goofy sometimes, but I did enjoy it.
No,
One of my favorite moments with Bad Ape is where he gets up when they're like around the campfire at that like ski resort, and he gets up to go grab something, and he runs off, and then he falls, and then he quickly says, "I'm okay." Yeah,
I'm okay.
No, I just feel like that guy is just like, but it's sometimes like it's heavy. It's a lot of this is ugly, but sometimes when you're gonna have that person that just it's not, you could say in a way not meant to be funny, but it becomes funny because that's where the word humorous comes from. Like, it's not funny, but it's more like humorous because it's unintentionally humorous, because
like natural comedy,
or not. It's more unintentionally humorous because he's just a person that's like if these were humans, he'd be the person that's like, man, I want to help. I just, God, man, come on, it's really scary out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're
gonna go in there. Oh no!
Like, yeah, it's just look, man. It's not about the apes versus the humans, and this would be a human. This could be a human. That's the whole point of it. When he comes out in his little parka and his, his cap on, and he's, like, it's just like, man, I'm like, oh my God, man. It's just like, yeah, it's just wow. And it's just a lot of it is just like, it's just showing you like the journey is the same. The journey is the same, whether we were dealing with the humans in this situation or what. You know what I'm saying? The journey is the same. You feel the same, feels in this journey as you would with, with the human element here. I just, it was very well done. Like, I was very well done.
Yeah. That's sort of what I was trying to say earlier with the Avatar thing. It's just like, yeah, you feel for this in the same way that you would if it was humans. Whereas Avatar just couldn't handle that. They were trying for it, but it did not succeed.
But when you
Whereas
have
this succeeded so much better with, pretty much just apes.
But when you have a superficial situation where even in the face of danger, even in the face of great threat, the guy still makes a speech to say, we will teach these backwards people how to operate in the water because we're so great and they're so retarded. You know what I'm saying? Please, you know what I'm saying? Just don't make fun of them because of their dumbass ways. We'll just help them and be our magnificent selves as we always are. You know what I'm saying? It sounded stupid as shit. It just sounded stupid as shit, man. Like, really? And in the face of what you got going on, that both of your worlds are a threat. This is what you do? Mm-mm. You know what I'm saying? It's not great, Puerto Ricans. It's not good of you, Puerto Ricans. You
get the thumbs down. Thumbs down.
You're not treating my blue Jamaicans right. You're not treating my blue Jamaicans right out here, man. You're really not. You're really not. Like I was not feeling that at all. I was not feeling how they were treating the blue Jamaicans out there, but that's where it kind of loses its balance because you're trying to create this world of these things and trying to act like, well, yeah, that's kind of parallel our story. It's not. It's really not. Because I wish somebody would try to play me like that in front of their peoples. You know what I'm saying? We have a fucking problem. Like, is there something fucking wrong with you? Do you understand what we got going on here? What the fuck is wrong with you right now? Like, seriously, we got a lot of shit going on right now. You know what I'm saying? Our world could be fucked up. Your world could be fucked up. Do we have time for your, for your skullthuggery right now? Do we have time for that?
Do you really want the backhand in front of all these people?
My God, we really don't have time for this. We really don't have time for this. We really don't. Like, come on, man, get it together. We really don't have time for this bullshit right now. Like, we're all let me tell you something. Like, we're all on the same color palette. Like, let's understand that. You're a little lighter hue, you know what I'm saying, or whatnot. But we're all on the same color palette.
Okay, yeah, you're navy blue. I'm fucking, I don't know, aqua blue. Who gives a fuck?
My God, like, we're all on the same color palette. Let's work together. Jeez.
I can't wait.
Those brown motherfuckers over there. There's no brown people in Avatar. I'm not saying that.
Oh no, are we back on Avatar again?
No,
yes.
We were just making a reference to how Avatar 2 they had a chance to really do something, powerful or reflective with that, with that whole thing with the Puerto Ricans and the blue Jamaicans, and they didn't. It was just so petty and so surface level and so fluff that it was just it lost perspective on it, and they really tried to make it seem like it was reflective. And when people watch it, you realize it wasn't. It just really was not reflective, and it was just really weird and just petty. And it's just like, come on, But then you have this right here that kind of plays into the conflict of something in a species that people feel like is like an evolutionary connection to us in a way. So it still becomes that thing, like where it's very unique. It is a very unique story to really touch on, because I don't think any other species that people could feel like could realistically achieve this. You know what I mean?
No, it's like, I think, like we said last week, like, you can make a tiger as smart as you want. I don't think it's gonna get anywhere near close to that.
And did we ever answer the question? Did we think it would talk?
So in other words, you can make a tiger as smart as you want, but it's still a tiger.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
As far as speech, maybe. Nah, it doesn't seem Nah. I'm just gonna say nah.
Now on a crazy situation here though. Now here's something that's crazy but realistic though. Birds would definitely talk.
I mean,
Oh yeah, you gotta
birds can
yeah.
mimic the sound effects of various.
But if you
like,
make them
objects.
smarter, they would talk. If you make them smarter, you would have flying motherfuckers around here saying "suffer, suffer." You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I have heard a bird say, "What the fuck?" I have heard a bird say that. It's just,
I mean, yeah. Look at parrots. Meow, fuck you, meow.
yeah.
But eventually they'll be. But eventually, if they got some of that ALZ 112, they'd be sitting somewhere like yeah, fuck you. like, you know, like, oh yeah, oh, your car's nice. Just got it clean, didn't you?
I probably don't want a cracker. Probably want this AR-15.
No, I had a ton of bird seed. Wait till you come out for lunch. Oh my God. Wait till you come out for lunch, buddy. Wait till you come out for lunch. Jesus Christ.
That is the last thing I want to see a freaking parrot flying around in the sky holding a fucking rifle. or some kind of a firearm. Jesus Christ.
See, no, I think birds have already got a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I would, like, bro.
They've already got guns.
No, look, no.
Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds.
They fly.
Too.
But I think, look, bro, they were drone.
God, they just whoop us so we can just close the door. Holy shit! Is that a grenade?
They would arm themselves like drones. That's what I would do. If they got smart, they would arm themselves like drones.
Just be dropping bombs everywhere.
They would basically take all the parts off a drone, and they would just start basically
Delivering Amazon packages.
Assault. Yeah, okay, yeah. They'll be delivering a package to you. All right. A dirty
You
bomb.
Here first, everybody. Birds or drones.
They'll be delivering a dirty bomb to your goddamn front window.
Oh my God.
Blasting, you know what I'm saying? Blasting your goddamn, you know what I'm saying, children's hospital. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm sorry. We thought that was a mosque. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no.
We got intel that there was a terrorist cell in there.
God
They
damn
just
it.
shrug their wings and fly away.
I'm telling you. We wouldn't be able to
That's a living.
We wouldn't be able to reach them. They would instantly fly to the skies. They can instantly fly. Just think about it. They would instantly fly to the skies. They can get way up there. They're constantly armed. Like if we try to go up there with them planes, you know what I'm saying? They would send. Then they got the bigger fucking. Then they got the bigger fucking birds. Then they got the bigger fucking birds out there. You know they're still out there.
The bigger ones, the faster ones.
The condors, the fucking condors, the vultures, you know what I'm saying? And all of them just they got the bigger ones out there, man.
We got the bald eagles dropping off freedom and democracy.
Okay. That's
Big
it.
payload of freedom.
You freedom from your lives. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
they'll deliver some freedom to you. Them goddamn birds with a 6-7 foot wingspan. You know what I'm saying? Coming out here, just, you know what I'm saying? Coming out here, attacking your damn plane before you can get into them. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that.
Oh man.
Kamikaze pelicans with a fucking gullet full of mines. Whatever the fuck.
Wow. Well, this is a hell of a way to close out the show.
It definitely is. We're talking about animal uprisings. Who could do it? Who could not? I say, look, I definitely say, well, the apes are uniquely, because of their DNA and things like that, they're uniquely this could possibly happen. I would say that the birds are another dangerous possibility because they can talk. They have shown abilities to actually talk without having any sort of chemical, any sort of chemical treatment to them. They've shown the ability to talk already. You know, so it's just like
Fish, I'm not too worried about. Octopuses, yeah, they could be a concern.
I would say
I don't know how long they can live out of water, but those motherfuckers are smart already.
yeah, I definitely
Some would
say
even argue that they're not even native to our planet.
I would not be surprised. If I learned that one day, I'd be like, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
but that's what yeah, but that's why they make that reference a lot of times, trying to make aliens look like you know what I'm saying, gigantic octopuses or some shit like that or whatever. Because that's what they
I
think.
always thought the plural usage for octopus would be octopi.
It
But
is.
then but then they
I
think
just like to say octopuses.
octopuses. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm saying yeah. Okay, yeah, that's why.
Yeah, you showed them.
That's why.
Come get us, you octopuses.
That's why octopi is better because it's a slippery slope to that. You know, that's why octopi is better. See, you know, that's why it's a better thing to go plural with in that way because octopuses is you're gonna go that way. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna drag down to the gutter on that one. You can't help. You can't help.
You want to take my house, you octopusy motherfucker? Ooh, I got 8 arms. I'll fucking show you.
My God.
I can fit through a tiny hole.
But bro.
That's what they think. Yeah.
It's more. It's more. Oh my God. It's so much more. It's so much more to what octopus is.
The Japanese love to show them fitting through tiny holes. From what I gather.
I mean, those things can change color. Those things can change color underwater. By the way, you know, you know what I'm saying? The camouflaging. It's a lot more to this thing, and the fact that it can regenerate. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. You know, it's just crazy when you think about all the things that make up an octopus. You know, it's completely crazy sometimes. Like it's a trip.
It's just like the cases of like octopuses in aquariums that will open their own fucking tank and go over and eat a crab or something, then slip back in unnoticed. That's too smart. I don't like that.
So basically, as we close out, folks, we're definitely highlighting some concerns. We're definitely highlighting some funny concerns of animals that
octopuses, the avian menace. The list goes on.
But yeah, I would definitely say secretly in really like if birds got smarter, you might want to be worried. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? If birds actually got smarter to this degree, you might want to be worried. You know, it's just because birds, like I said, birds could already show the capacity to be able to talk and talk English. Say it that way, like talk to us. I'm like, oh my God. So, scary, but very fun conversation to have in the closeout, and very fun show that we had. And wow, okay, all right. We're closing out. We still made 4 hours. I mean, it's just the way it is, man. I'm sorry. 2 hours. I don't think it ever could work. I don't think 2 hours could ever work.
No. We only had 2 movies to discuss today, but we still managed to break 4 hours.
Because we had a special guest, Grim Jindal, the international Rangoon superstar. He was here and he wanted to hang out before he had to get underway about the afternoon. And then because we wanted to hold off talking about these movies because he didn't have much to contribute. So we had a great time. You offered some great conversation, and then we got into that. Great deal. Yep. So I think if we hadn't have had much of that, I think we would end up having a much shorter show, even still. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah, but hour shorter-ish, somewhere there.
Somewhere around that, I would say.
Yep.
But I enjoy either way it goes.
Alrighty then. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close this out. So everyone, Thank you for tuning in for another rendition of TEE TV, where we discussed or attempted to discuss Dawn of the Planet of the Apes and War for the Planet of the Apes, along with an assortment of other discussions, which we always do every Saturday. Tune in next week for another episode of TEE TV, where we will let you know what we'll be discussing, since we haven't figured it out yet. As always,
No, we haven't.
Give us
as
some Monday.
always,
Give us until Monday, please.
yeah, give us until Monday. But as always, thanks for stopping by, and we will see you later.
Later.
Peace. 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Gonna pick an intro. I don't know what it is. I'll just go with this one. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks, man. Ha. My favorite, buddy. Shane? Shane!
TEE.